Okay, at the Black Eagle Darting Pro-Am in Russell County, Alabama.
Test, test, test. I have the microphone. I'm talking into it. Check, check, check. The stick mic. Check, check. Should this be going to the house? Check, check. Check, check, check. Is somebody gonna bring this up to the house? You guys hear me? I'm just saying, I didn't know if you wanted me to test this to the house. Test, test, test. Test, test. Test, test.
Tell them to get their shit in there because they're coming out up here so they know how.
Hey, fellers. Not you. You guys. Come on through here, Darren, Christianberry. Right through here. What we're going to do is we're going to have you come out down there. Hey, Richard. How you doing?
Oh,
I got one from you.
Oh.
From your last one.
Oh, that wasn't it. I was
But
going to change it.
grab your stuff. Come on down here. You're going to say you're shooting for Hoyt now, right?
Yes. Somebody may get upset.
Tim, just so you know, can't stand there. We don't want to kill you before the tournament. Come on, Richard. No worries. We're good. Seeing getters. It's going to be... It was not working.
It's not working for the house, he said. It is working for the house. Test, test, test.
Are you hearing it out here?
I just what?
There you go. Okay. Darren, Richard, Jeff, Richard Teasley, Kevin, and then Richard Owens.
It's the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour. It's the Easton Hoyt Pro-Am. From Minden, Louisiana, and we are at the Lotus Center, Civic Center here in Lotus City, Louisiana. It's time for the Pro Pressure Point Shootdown.
Hey, hold on a second, Greg. You're not coming through here, so just give me 1 sec.
Yeah, let's go.
Welcome, everyone, to the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour. It's round 3 of the Easton Hoyt Pro Am here at the Bossier City Center in Bossier City, Louisiana for the Pro Pressure Point Shootdown. As we prepare for our first shootdown of the 6 that we have on deck today. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, and the stage is set here after very interesting qualifying matches out in Camp Minden, Louisiana, where we had a variety of, well, we had cloud cover, we had darkness in the morning, we had very interesting terrain, and it was definitely dark for a lot of the shooters, but now the qualification is done and we have our top 5 ready to get rolling. So let's go ahead and get to the third member of our broadcast team, PJ Riley, who's going to introduce our shooters to the field of play.
All right, let's get things started with our first division of the evening. We have Senior Pro. Your 5th place qualifier with a score of 410 bonus rings. From Spencer, Indiana, shooting for Elite, Darren Christianberry. And our 2nd place qualifier with a score of 411 bonus rings, from Clarksville, Tennessee, shooting for Prime, Richard Teasley. Our number 3 qualifier with a score of 401 and 9 bonus rings, from Lacona, Iowa, shooting for Matthews, Jeff Hopkins. And our 2nd place qualifier with a score of 402 and 9 bonus rings, from Chillicothe, Illinois, shooting for Matthews, Kevin Cook. And our number 1 qualifier with a score of 403 and 9 bonus rings, from Rose Hill, Virginia, shooting for Hoyt, Richard Owens. Thank you, PJ. All right, the rules are very simple. If you want to shoot, you're up to 12.
All right, so we're ready to get action going, and of course this is the Senior Pro category, so not known distances here. These archers had to judge the distance. They were given an opportunity 10 minutes before we started this event to take a look and get a good number. And of course the way they qualified, Richard Owens is going to be on our first target. That's going to be the Stan Hyena. Target number 2 is going to be the Elevation Impala, the Shibuya Javelina, the Gold Tip Mule Deer, and Bow Doodle Grazing Doe on target 5, as we look at our commentating partner, Darren Christianberry, who comes in here in 5th place with 10 bonus rings on 400-point score. And we kind of knew this was coming. I had an opportunity to talk to Darren at the beginning of the weekend, and I said, we're going to see you in the booth this weekend. And he said, I don't think we are. Richard Owens at 403 coming in here with 9 bonus rings after his big win at our last event, which was the Black Eagle and Darton Pro-Am. And that one's out. That one's out to the right. So we're going to head over to, that's the Stan Hyena. And for Richard Owens, that's going to be a 5. So that one stings a little bit for sure. Now we're going to move over to the Elevation Impala. This is going to be Kevin Coke. That's dead smack in the middle. That's going to be a good solid 10 points. The Shibuya Javelina for Jeff Hopkins, who came in with a 401, just 2 points trailing with 9 bonus rings. That'll be a nice solid 10 for him. Then we're going to move over to target 4. This is the Gold Tip Mule Deer, and this is our longest poke down there. That's Richard Teasley. And that's going to be out wide 8 ring. You can see the outer ring. Top of that ring is at 14 if someone wants to gun for it. We will tell you what the distances are in our next class that is a known category. But until then, we're not telling you anything because this is the unknown class, and they're still out on the field competing live. All right, so for Darren Christianberry, he comes up with an 8.
12 selection is moved back.
So a couple 10s in there.
All right, we now have Kevin at
And some 5s. So now what happens is we're going to rotate. So Richard Teasley shooting the prime with that shirt right in front of you, left part of your screen, covered by the graphic. He rotates from the 4th position to the 5th position. So now he's on the Bo Doodle grazing doe. For Jeff Hopkins, he went over to that gold tip mule deer. That one's pretty far down the range. When the clock starts, each archer has 60 seconds or 1 minute to execute their shot. Right part of your screen is the elevation Impala facing away too. And that's Richard Owens who's going to be shooting on that target. Good shot. So now 2 scoring we go.
Who taught himself to shoot left-handed. 10 for Darren.
So for Darren Christianberry, who rotated over to the Stan Hyena, he gets a 10. Richard Owens, after that 5 on the first target, he rebounds. Does that hit the 12? So that lower ring that you see inside there, if you don't call the upper, and he did call the upper, I think. He did not call the upper. So if that's going to pull that line, then that should be a 12-point value for him and another bonus ring. And it is a 12. Yeah, that's what I thought. Looked like he had called the upper. The position of his, so basically standing in front of the, or sitting in front of the archers, we actually have cones, and so the archers move the cone to the front position, and then that indicates they're calling upper.
10. I'm sorry, Kevin. 10 for Kevin.
So for Kevin, he's in with a 10.
Now for Jeff on the mule deer.
Over to the mule deer we go. This is the gold tip mule deer. That one is that touching the 8 line. So for Hopkins at 8. That one saves him 3 points because that could have been a 5 a little bit lower. Then we go to Richard Teasley on the Bo Doodle grazing doe.
That's a long story. It takes about 5 minutes.
And for Teasley, he gets the first 12 of the day. He didn't call the upper and he hit the lower. So in 3D archery, basically what happens is that lower of those 3 rings, the middle smaller ring in the middle of the Big Ten ring is irrelevant for this competition. So it's either the lower ring or the upper ring. Lower is always in play. You got to call the upper. Archers rotate over 1 position. So now Jeff Hopkins, right part of your screen, he's going to be on our 5th target, which is the Bo Doodle grazing deer. Teasley, who you're looking at right now, rotates over to the Stan Hyena.
The 5th arrow will go to 6th and final arrow to get our final winner of the evening. Make sure that Mr.
Looks like our scores are 422. Teasley at a 420, Hopkins at a 19. And Teasley there moved his cone. Looks like he's going to go for the upper. And that Stan Hyena is out there.
All right. You all ready, gentlemen? We'll start.
It is definitely our 2nd longest target that we have out there. That looks good there. Christianberry trying to make some moves. Just a couple points behind. So this is the Stan Hyena with Teasley on it. A good look at his shot.
Sorry, second place is Richard Teasley, and we have a 10 for Richard.
So Teasley in with a solid 10.
And now for Darren Christensen.
And welcome to the broadcast booth, Steve Anderson in. Hi, Steve.
Happy to be here. Happy to join you, Greg. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, man, we got off to a roaring start here.
It started a little quicker than I remember it, and
Yeah, they were ready to go, and Richard Owens started off with a 5, and then he's doubled that up with 10-10. And then you have Koch and Hopkins both in with 10s, and Teasley and Christianberry in with 8s. And then it wasn't until we saw Teasley in the second of the arrows fired that it was a 12. Our first bonus ring of the day so far.
Kevin Cook. Currently our leader at 422.
yeah, this class we knew was going to be a little bit aggressive, and I think Richard told me even though he had the lead, he knew he had to be aggressive right from the jump. So, aiming at 12 rings and still playing the unknown game. You don't know what can happen.
Into 10 bonus rings. And now for Jeff Hopkins on the grazing doe.
Jeff Hopkins out there, the Bo Doodle grazing doe.
12 for Jeff Hopkins.
He center punched that one. Now, Steve, you and I know the distances, but they don't know the distances yet, so we're not going to say it. But in terms of distances, we know that target 5 is going to be, I mean, visually it's going to be the closest one we have out there. So that's always a good one to be aggressive on.
Yeah, it kind of helps to have that one last. Seems like they got that set up this way for, the ideal situation. If you're the #1 qualifier, you get to shoot that last. You know what you need to do on it. So that is a nice little bonus there if you come in with the lead.
A good look at the cones that we were talking about. So if it's behind the sponsor placard, then that means that they're just going for normal lower. You got to put it up front if you want the upper.
We'll start your 1 minute now.
All right, so now the 1 minute clock is started. A good look at Richard Owens, who came in here as the leader, has now slipped down to 4th place. So Kevin Cook, our leader, at 34, Hopkins at a 31, Teasley at a 430. Just out a little left. And of course, Steve, we get into a situation where we have all of our 5 arrows complete. Anybody within 10 points of that leader is going to get to shoot our 6th arrow. That's the last chance, archery last chance arrow. And we'll break out a different target for that. We'll tell you what that is if we need it. But it looks like the way things are going right now for this senior pro category, our first of the day here of the Easton Hoyt Pro Am, probably the whole field's going to get a chance to shoot it.
Yeah, got a tight one coming in here. These guys are kind of mixing it up, gonna get dancing back and forth. It's always exciting to watch a shoot off that isn't going to be determined until that last chance arrow.
It was a good look at Richard Teasley. He's only his 2nd year as a senior pro, and the highlight is making it. This is your leader coming in here. He's now lost the lead, Richard Owens.
You could see that little bobble before the shot. He shot it, and gave himself a little bit of surprise there.
And our leader, Kevin Cook, 434 and 10 bonus rings. Let's see if he can extend his lead.
Richard Owens was our winner from the Black Eagle and Darton Pro-Am. The last time we were shooting with Hopkins in 2nd. Harold Kogar, Scott Price, and David Pyle were your top 5. Those were the ones that made it in there. I don't know, Steve, what's your call on that one?
My call would be that it's out. I'd call it a 10.
But
I'm probably going to have a little bit different look than a lot of these guys, though. So
yeah,
I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt because they're right there and I'm over here.
That is true. So we go, let's see. So Kevin Cook, 434, Hopkins 431. And don't forget, we have the CBE 14 ring that's always in play. If someone's willing to take the risk, for sure. All right, so this is how we started off. So you can see left part of your screen, the bow doodle grazing doe. That was our #1 position of Richard Owens.
And there they go. They just got the scoreboard update for us.
At
Going into
44,
round 5.
okay, 44-41 for Hopkins. Teasley in at 440.
Gentlemen, we'll start your 1 minute now.
All right, so for Richard Owens, he's kind of on that bubble. He needs to have a nice solid 10 ring, maybe even a bonus ring. He's on the, for Owens, he's on the target closest on the field of play. Darren Christianberry. Looks like he's on the gold tip mule deer.
Now these guys have gotten, 4 shots at this course already, so they've got a little bit of better idea of where they were at on their other prior judging of targets, right? So they can know, hey, I'm about 2 yards short here, or I was 2 yards hot there, 2 yards low here. I have no idea where I'm at. There's a lot of things that come into play. And then you've also got the pressure of just standing there trying to make a good shot and shoot well.
A solid 10 for Kevin. That's not heard today.
All right, so for Kevin, he's in with a very solid 10. And I think that's the play that you make. This is our elevation Impala. And Hopkins. And yeah, that was a little bit English there.
Kevin 454. That is going to be, see, I would call that an 8. I won't be,
Yeah.
449.
I think you could see it on the release too. That was a bit of a surprise release for him.
Yeah.
So now we go to Teasley on the Shibuya Javelina. That's no question. That's a pretty easy one to call for anybody.
450 for him, so he's sitting current P2.
Yeah, he'll be second by 1 point, right, over Hopkins.
Yeah, 10 there for Richard. Or sorry, Darren.
Solid 10 for Darren.
448 for Darren.
And still within 10 points, obviously. And now for Richard Owens.
So Kevin Cook coming in here just 1 point behind Richard Owens has put on quite a performance. Just a solid, steady performance that he needed to put in to lead this one as we head into our final arrow. The question is, who's going to be within striking distance? Richard.
I think he's going to get the call.
Is the cone up front?
That's a 14 ring.
Oh yeah, that's your CBE 14. And that is definitely where you want to go.
Yeah, he may not. Yeah,
I think you got it.
I think he's going to get it.
All that arrow has to do is touch the line, and in 3D archery we call it pulling the line. So
yeah, I think they're looking to see if it's out, right? If it's not definitively out, then it's in. Gave him an 8.
Ah, yeah, okay. So there's just that little bit of foam between the line and the arrow. And for Richard Owens, he had to go for it.
Puts him at 444, but he'll still get one more arrow in.
So we have all 5 of our competitors within 10 of the leader? Is that right, Steve?
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, Richard's going to be in 5th, 10 back of our leader, Kevin Cook. Cook.
I know. Listen, I have 6 friends over like in various places that all have that same last name, and they pronounce it in a different way. All right, so now what's happening is we're breaking out the Last Chance Archery Russian boar. It's the Last Chance Archery, Last Chance arrow.
And they just found a whole pig back there.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Yeah.
It was like they had this planned. Yeah. They always try to hide it. This place is unique though, Steve. Like, it is so bright here because you have floors that are off-white. They're very shiny, and you have this overhead lighting that this is probably the best that this category, of the senior pros, this is going to be the best for old eyes. Trust me.
But it'll throw you off. They just spent all the week shooting in the trees.
Yeah, it does. And some of the crew were actually saying that it kind of looks like ice. Like when you show up, you think
you could get out here and do some, bring your stick and gloves and
without question,
and a helmet. Yeah. I think there was a few making a run at having indoor archery on ice for the Winter Olympics. That was their hope for compound getting in the Winter Olympics. So just have them shoot on ice. Like, it's not a winter sport. Come on. It's done inside.
By the way, if you heard a little bit of that, they were singing happy birthday to Darren Christian Berry.
Oh, I missed that, but
Yeah.
happy birthday, Darren.
Yeah. Mike Terrell was trying to sing. I mean, it was,
Look at
there was like stuff coming out of his mouth.
Look at this promo here. We got, they're showing, you've checked the box on the first 5. What is that 6-1 going to be? I like it.
Pretty good, right?
Had some ideas floating around the other day about what this last chance archery, last chance arrow could be. You know, currently we have on the ASA 20 targets, right? There's 20 standard targets. But Delta McKenzie, the target maker, they'll rotate a few in and out every year. So they've probably got, I don't know, 28 or so that are ASA eligible targets. And I thought, hey, let's, instead of doing 20, let's say we get 26 and they shoot 20 on the course, right? Every course will have the same 20. And then when they get here, they shoot a different 6. How about that? How about that?
I like that.
How about that?
I like that.
It's a little something.
Yeah, get it on the rules committee.
Yeah, for those of you who may not know, the guys shooting unknown class will judge a lot of these targets based off just their initial visual belief in the distance, and they'll own a lot of these targets, so they'll know, you know, each one and how they'll view it at a certain distance. So to mix in 6 more targets could create just, you know, a nice little how do you say it, a little mix in the competitive nature of the game. It's just something to think about.
Definitely something to think about. And also, though, there are many tricks to judging your distance. Some people use the ground. Some people are going to use visual aids. Like, I know how big the sign is versus whatever. But additionally, Steve, keep in mind, we're in a civic center here. And part of the reason why these targets are at a slight angle and they're not like straight in the length of the room
is because the bricks on the wall are 4 inches.
Bricks on the wall. You can look at the tiles on the ceiling.
They look like
you can,
6-inch bricks.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
I mean, if you're counting bricks, you'd be here all day. But tiles on the ceiling, people were making jokes like how far apart are the lights up there and how many lights are there. I mean, there are ways.
Yeah, we used to have this
just for fun, he's going to shoot
at
the 14 ring for the entire crowd to
indoor
celebrate his greatness.
football practice facility in Texas. That's where this shoot used to be, in Paris, Texas.
You got it, buddy.
And
all right, Richard,
I remember
1 minute
they shot it
now.
off-centered from the football facility, but they allowed spectators on 2 sides. So I walked it, and I looked at it, and then I did the Pythagorean theorem. And then I went later and asked everybody. I wasn't shooting it, right? I was just there. And I was within a yard on every target.
Wow.
By doing that. So the unknown shooters could walk the sides and figured it out.
Good. That's why we don't allow them to do that. All right. So first up was Richard Owens, who
went for the 14.
He went for that CBE 14 ring. Gets a little high on that one.
This is.
They put it down there, didn't they?
Yeah. This target's at the back wall. So let's say that you're a competitor and you know that the long target at the shoot down is going to be, you know, pushing max distance.
I'm sorry, 449.
That one was almost as far as the furthest target. They did move the cone a little bit forward of the standard shooting boxes. I don't know, if I had to take a guess at that, I would have been like, yeah, it's 40, mid-40s, a little past probably.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the max distance here at ASA is 50 yards plus
a tolerance of 1.5?
3%. So yeah, so you get 1.5 yards. Yep. Here's birthday boy Darren Christian Berry. I don't know if today's actually his birthday or if they were just singing it to him.
A little celebration.
448, trying to go for that CBE 14 ring.
Just left of it.
Boy, what a judge though of yardage.
Yeah, he had that nailed. Old Darren, man, he shot right-handed for many years. Started struggling with something there, I don't know if his shoulders or what it was, but switched to left-handed and has been grinding at it for 4 or 5 years. And he's back to being his normal self, very competitive again.
And when I saw him on Thursday, I asked him about how he was practicing, and he said, "Look, go find someone else for this shoot down because I'm going to make it."
Because he's bringing the heat.
That's right. And that's why I went to you Thursday and said, "Steve, help us out."
I'm happy to be here. Apologies for being a little late.
We didn't even
call it
notice.
a traffic jam.
Yeah, I bet. Oh, that's right. You had you come down the 20-way. Oof. The construction here can get crazy.
1 minute now.
But Bossier City Civic Center, Bossier City, Louisiana. What a outstanding place. Camp Minden, Louisiana hosted qualification rounds and continues to host the amateur part of this. And what a facility we have here. As Hopkins sends it.
Looks like
Center
a pretty
mass.
solid shot. Yeah, it's solid 10. So he was going.
Called for
He was
number
going
12.
lower 12. Yeah, he was.
I'm sorry, he didn't.
Yard and a half hot on that.
All right, so now you're Teasley, and you think to yourself, okay,
Solid 10 for Jeff
I'm 4
Hopkins,
points
moves him to
behind.
459.
If I miss because of
right.
Hopkins 10, I'm going to
Richard,
go to
here's the
third
deal. You're
place.
4
But if
points
I hit a
behind.
14,
You need 10,
then
10 points to catch
Kevin
second
Cook
place.
can kind of just hit center mass.
If you get to a 10 or better, you'll pass
I think
Jeff
right here
into
you're going
second
for a
place.
12, right?
If you catch a 14,
Yeah, your play is for the
you're gonna
12 because then
force
Kevin needs a 12 to win.
your competitor
tie.
Kevin to try to
So,
shoot a number to beat you.
Yeah, right here I'm playing for a
However,
12. I'm going to try to
if you
push him
miss,
to
you lose out on second
another
place
arrow.
money.
Unless
So
the
it's
tiebreaker
strictly up
comes
to
into
you.
play here. I can
Whatever
never
you
remember
want.
how that
You
works.
can't see it?
Sorry.
All right.
But yeah, I'm playing for a 12 right here.
God love you.
And look, this is the senior pro class, so this is 50 plus, and the conversation
Number
here
12 was called.
in the Civic
So
Center is,
start your
can
1
you see the
minute
14
now.
ring? And Richard's like, no, I can't see the 14 ring. You'd like to, but it's down there quite a ways. There's reflections coming
Yeah.
off the floor. It's
Honestly, this is really bright lighting, but many times through a peep sight and through a scope, this makes the targets appear very flat, and it's hard to actually define definition on them.
last chance archery, last chance arrow.
It's a 12. He shot for upper, though.
He shot for upper. He did.
He shot for upper, so it's a 10.
Yeah, he moved the cone
As the man
to
once
go
said,
for
it's
upper. Ends
nothing
up
until
hitting
they
that
call
lower.
it, But right now, it looks pretty good.
Yep, it's a 10. Sorry for the false alarm. he's making a clarification to
A
them
solid
so
lower
that they know.
12, 10 points. Congratulations. That puts you in second place.
But what he did right there was he maintained second place. So, and now at this point,
At
an 8.
4,
8's going to do it.
Been
All
down
right,
that road in
Kevin.
3D many times when you call the upper, and you just hit that lower, or you don't call it and you hit
So
that
you
upper,
could
and you're
shoot
just
for
like,
the
man, I
14,
should have.
Yeah.
Miss it and still win.
It's tough for these guys to come from
And we'll
shooting
have to have you
outdoors in
examine.
that dark environment where you're in,
So as soon
wooded
as you're
tunnels
ready.
to shooting here. And also
All
not,
right, start your
right,
1
this can
minute
affect how you're
now.
going to view everything. It can affect your sight tape, and then you also don't know how far anything is. So
Yep.
you never really know what you're working with. You're chasing a lot, whether it's sight tape, judging. You know, even the left and right can be affected. It's very tough. Solid 10 does the,
Oh, looks like
does
a
the trick.
solid shot.
For Kevin Cook, a great win for him with a nice solid 10 center mass, and the 2011 ASA Rookie of the Year taking home the victory at our third round at the Easton Hoyt Pro Am. Coming at you from the Bossier City Civic Center in Bossier City, Louisiana, Pro Pressure Point Shootdown. And that was the 5th arrow of our last chance archery, last chance arrow on the Russian bore. So the conversations happen, and we're going to grab an interview with our winner for the Senior Pro category, Kevin Cook. So Kevin came in here in the second spot, 1 down, able to put a stamp on that. Congratulations. Kevin, tell us about that victory today.
This weekend was a tough weekend judging, and dark tunnels, and then we switched to a different range. It's totally different terrain, and today I kind of started off good, but then I started, I don't know, I shot 3 8s and 5 targets, and I had to regroup and start shooting again, you know, try to adjust myself mentally, and I hit a few 12s there at the end to stay even for the day and 2 up for the weekend. So I'm just happy to be where I'm at right now. It's unbelievable.
And how was the transition into the ice skating rink here with all the bright light?
Yeah, it's different. I mean, the lighting indoors is definitely a challenge. I mean, that last target, everybody, it's tough seeing that one, but it's different.
Well, congratulations, you did it, man. Pro Pressure Point Shootdown champ here at the Bossier Civic Center, and we'll see you next time.
Yep, thanks.
All right, well done. And that's what happens. Anything can happen. We'll be right back to Bossier City, Louisiana for more of the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour, our third round of the season. It's the Easton Hoyt Pro-Am, and it rolls on after this. Welcome to the Bossier City Civic Center here in Bossier City, Louisiana. It's a Pro Pressure Point Shootdown for the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour. Our third round of the season is the Easton Hoyt Pro-Am, where qualification rounds happen about 30 minutes down the street at Camp Minden, Louisiana. And now we're here under the bright lights and shiny floor. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Steve Anderson, who is really having a good time out here, aren't you?
Happy to be in the booth with you, Greg. Yes, thank you.
And so, the 2 days of qualifications, 40 arrows are shot, and we have our top 5 that get to come in here and compete, shielded from what we had quite a bit of wind out there, hadn't we?
A lot of wind, a lot of variable lighting conditions. That's huge in archery. That's really difficult to navigate, especially when you're looking at different color targets that don't have a indicator as to where the maximum scoring zone is. So, come in here, looks like an ice rink, very bright. It can change everything for you. Your sight tape can change. Just your pure visual can change, and then you got to chase all that, and you got to get on it quickly. And you got 5 targets and maybe one more to make a move on things.
So now it's time for our Senior Known Pro category. So let's welcome the third member of our broadcast team here, PJ Riley, who's going to get our archers onto the field of play.
All right, here we go. With our next division tonight, we have Senior Known Pro. Our 5th place qualifier with a score of 425 and 19 bonus rings from Provo, Utah, shooting for Matthews, Tim Gillingham. And our number 4 qualifier with a score of 426 and 15 bonus rings from Big Rock, Illinois, shooting for Matthews, Jeff Borg. Our 3rd place qualifier with a score of 426 and 17 bonus rings from Columbiana, Ohio, shooting for Matthews, Randy Morocco. And our 2nd place qualifier with a score of 428 and 15 bonus rings from Pine Hill, Alabama, shooting for PSE, Scott Fletcher. And our number 1 qualifier with a score of 436 and 19 bonus rings from Florence, Alabama, shooting for Darton, Anthony Smith.
All right, so Anthony Smith comes in here with 436 and 19 bonus rings hit. Our 2nd place qualifier, to give you an idea, is at 428 with 15 bonus rings. And so, kind of a decent lead. Steve Anderson, what do you think?
It's a real good lead in the known yardage class. You know, you have an 8-point cushion. At the same time, these guys will go for 14s, and they'll make some moves if they can get on those. But yeah, I'd take an 8-point lead anytime. I really like it in the known yardage class. My money's on Anthony Smith.
Okay, money's on Anthony Smith for Steve Anderson. This is the Senior Known Pro category, and what that means is that these archers were able to hit those targets with a rangefinder and get exactly the distance based off their rangefinder, and that's pretty key, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, every one of them's gonna read a little different. You can buy 2 from the same manufacturer, same model and everything off the shelf next to each other, and you know, get a 1/10 or 2 difference. But interesting right here is going to be Tim Gillingham's probably going to shoot at the 14 ring.
Yeah, Tim Gillingham will probably go for that CBE 14.
I don't think he got it.
There's Anthony Smith.
Yeah, Anthony's goal here is to start with a good 10. And he shot an 8, so he gave up a little bit right there.
So we'll go to our first target, which is the Stan Hyena, which we're looking at right now, and where Anthony Smith started. And our crack scoring team taking a look at that, making sure that Steve Anderson is correct. I don't think there's any question about that. So 8 points out of the box. So then we're going to move over to our Elevation Impala. I'm going to call this the Elevation Shy Impala, Steve, because it's looking the other way.
Yeah, it won't look at us. Scott Fletcher with the 10.
Now we're going to move to our last event winner, Randy Morocco, who was able to take victory in our second round over Tim Gillingham.
10 for Randy.
So Randy gets a 10. That, of course, was on the Shibuya Javelina. Now we go to the gold tip mule deer. That's going to be Jeff Borg, who also comes in at 426. He was with 15 bonus rings, though, where Morocco was at a 426 with 17 bonus rings.
It looks like Anthony's 8 is not going to hurt him too badly. We usually assume that in the known yardage. An 8's a 4-point swing. Can be 6 points, obviously, here in the Pro Pressure Point shoot down with the 14 ring in play. But a lot of 10s out there. Guys figuring out what's going on, getting their bearings under them, and an 8 for Tim Gillingham as well.
Gunning for that CBE 14 ring. Gillingham just misses it wide. And Gillingham with a slight equipment change from qualification round. He had that kind of bright Kawasaki green bow that he was shooting, kind of a yellow green, and now he's brought out the old, looks like that's going to be the TRX. Still with the Walker configuration of stabilizers up front. Actually, on this one, he's only
got the offset.
The offset, yeah. Doesn't have the double front bars like he used to have, but the one thing we can rely on Tim Gillingham is he's always going to gun for him, especially if he's down.
Yeah, I expect he'll shoot it most all of them the rest of the way out. But he might play here for trying to catch those guys that are sitting 3 points ahead of him. And
now the targets Tim started on the grazing doe. That would have been his best shot too, because that one's only 32 yards downrange.
Yeah, everything else is a good poke here. And Paula's got a good look at a 14 ring and a good one to aim at. You don't want to mess with the Javelina's 14 ring because it's tiny and it's really hard to find. And then the mule deer is just far enough away that you're probably not going to take too many pokes at that one either.
Second arrow of 5 in regulation, I guess, shooting. Those within 10 points are going to get a 6th arrow shot at it to catch the leader. Gillingham on the stand. Hyena gets it, goes 14. Hunting.
Tune bow.
Rarely smiles, unless it's like in the rain, for the win. That's 44 yards downrange too.
Yeah, it's a good poke. He knows he's got to get it if he wants to win, I guess.
Oh, it's the Anderson family.
I know them.
Who's that on the right?
I know them. Yeah, that was little Stevie Anderson, so making her first appearance.
Very happy to be around the archery range and all the people. What a great kid. Your wife's done such a good job.
She has, yes.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate her. 10 for Anthony Smith. And it looked like he was, that's not his arrow, that's Scott's arrow. But it looked like Anthony was a bit on the high side, but you know, I don't know if he's trying to dial that in, trying to find 0, or you know, if he's out dealing with a little bit of the nerves that come with being in the shoot down here.
So for Randy Morocco, that was the gold tip mule deer, and he's able to get a 10. That's 48 yards from the shooting stake. Jeff Borg. The bow doodle grazing doe at 32 yards. That's definitely one, if you need the 14, you're going to go for it. And it looks like he's able to get that CBE 14 ring.
I shot the hook, I didn't move the cone over to the stand. He placed the cone forward.
No discussions going on here as
Did he score correctly for what you wanted?
No, I scored it as a 10 because I can't see the cone at all.
Okay, you didn't see the cone at all, but you didn't have it. You were trying to move it out for the 12.
some type of score change.
Do I?
I think it's on Anthony Smith. I think he moved the cone out, but he didn't get it out in front of the sign far enough for the scorers to see it. All right, It sounds like they're changing Anthony's to a 12.
Okay.
Because Anthony now sits with 20 bonus rings and a 456.
Yeah, so he went to a 12 on our second arrow. That's going to advance him to 20 bonus rings. Tim Gillingham, after an 8 on the first one, gets 14. So we started off with 3 10s and 2 8s in the first arrow, and then all of a sudden we get 3 out of 5 shooters get bonus rings, including 2 of those CBE 14 rings.
And that score change just came through on the scoreboard on the screen. So we've got Anthony at 456, which is correct. Yeah, I think guys are, they just weren't moving that cone far enough in front. I mean, for me, I'd be making it really obvious as to what I want.
Yeah, for sure. That's a nice solid 10. Gillingham going for the 14 again, we would have to imagine. That's on the elevation Impala that sits 35 yards away. So that one is our second closest. Our leader, center mass 10. Did Randy call upper or did he stick that cone behind? Can you see?
I cannot see his cone.
Yeah, Randy didn't call the upper, so Jeff Borg on the stand, Hyena with a shot. So we'll wait to get to that target for Morocco, but 460 then for Borg. Jim Gillingham gunning for that 14, I'm sure. That one out left. So that'll be an 8 for Gillingham. To the Shibuya Javelina. This will be Anthony Smith, our leader.
One thing's for sure about Tim, he's not shooting to try to get third place, right? He's trying to get all the way back to the top there. So that's 3 targets for him and 3 14 attempts.
Scott Fletcher on the gold tip mule deer.
Scott Fletcher. 10. Scott moves into 458.
10. He was gunning for that 12. Now we go to Randy Morocco, winner from the last event.
And Randy's one, we couldn't see his cone, but he's in the lower 12.
Yeah, so it should be a 12.
Yep, he's aiming lower 12, gets it.
The requirement is that you're not allowed to move your cone until the scoring is finished. So once the archers move to the next position, they'll grab that cone and place it where they want. If it's kind of behind, there's actually behind the sign, yeah, is a number, and so if the cone sits on that number, it's lower 12. If they kind of required to move it up front.
I see what we got. If the cone's visible to the scorers, they know they're going for a 12. Might be time to look at maybe a little toggle switch and a light, right? Maybe red light is here, blue light's there, whatever, however you want to do it. Maybe a little toggle switch. But
that'd be with outdoor, indoor, some events we have indoor, some we have outdoor. It might be a little tricky, but I know they're working on it.
Out there, things like that.
I say you go to Delta Airlines and you have the cone be the Delta Airline in-air upper or something like that.
There you go.
And instead of a cone, you use like a little airplane. I don't know.
Yeah, let's get a little
somebody called Delta.
Little something out of Delta Airlines, our favorite airline there. I'm about to hit 1 million miles. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, be there real quick.
All right.
Yeah.
See, please text me and let me know what they give you.
Yeah, it's probably a tag for my bag or something.
I got a I got a carry-on bag, a Toomey carry-on bag when I hit 1 million miles.
That is high, yeah.
Yeah, it was like $550.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. I'm at 1.7 million.
Man, your butt probably feels it too.
Yeah, my shoulders, everything. Anyway, senior known pro.
Target 4.
That's our first target, the stand Hyena.
Gonna get another look at Randy Morocco.
Something fell out of the the release. Oh, okay. On a hard floor.
That can really actually jack with some things on thumb buttons. When they hit a hard floor, it can dislodge some parts.
Sure can. So Morocco was a 10 though, so obviously it's okay. And from our vantage point, we don't see him messing with that thing at all. Elevation Impala, 12.
Jeff Borg. 12, yeah. So he's the nearest to our leader, Anthony Smith, and he's making some moves there. So yeah. Anthony was still maintaining 6 points coming into this 4th round. You know, after shooting an 8 on his first one, didn't cost him too badly. No one's really capitalized on anything. There's a 14. There's that little mini 14 ring. Tim shot at it. Tim got it.
We got a smile. We got a smile at him. All right, Tim.
He's 50% now. He's 2 for 4. And there's no doubt he's going to shoot at it here on the mule deer.
Yep.
Mule deer's probably not a bad one to aim at it on. A lot of times those deer, the core line, if you can see that, will almost point to the 14 ring. Now we're getting some bonus rings out of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice the size of that 14 though on the javelina? It's tiny.
It is really small, especially with that 27 gold tip that Tim's shooting. Thing looks ultra small. But Anthony Smith answers Borg with the 12 of his own. And for Scott Fletcher, also a 12. So 4 out of 5 shooters are able to get bonus rings on that one. So there we go to our 5th and final arrow of our regulation shooting. And once this arrow is done, anyone who's within 10 points of the leader will get to shoot a 6th arrow. It's the last chance, archery last chance arrow at the Russian boar.
And right now everyone's within 10. Randy's the only one. Randy and Tim are the ones that are really possibly out of range of making that in, but I'm sure Tim's going to go out of 14. He's going to have to. This is an interesting scenario because at this point Tim knows he's got 1, maybe 2 arrows left. If I were him, I would sit and watch Scott shoot first, maybe. But I don't know, you got Randy right there too. There's a little bit of strategy in knowing what the other guys around you have done. If they go shoot a 10, you know that you can shoot a, you know, or if Anthony shoots an 8, Tim can shoot at the 14 safely. If he hits an 8, he's still in. But yeah, there's a little bit here of strategy.
And you're right, Tim kind of waited. He's the last one to go full draw. Oh no, he's not.
He was, but he's going to be there pretty quick.
Let down. Anthony Smith, upper 12.
There goes Tim. He shot at the 14. I think he's going to be a little bit low, but it's close. No, it's not close. It's right there. Sorry, I'm looking over here, and I got this nice 4K screen right here to my left. I'm trying to see it with my bare eyes from 40 yards away.
Wow.
Yeah, he smoked it. Ooh, that one's just out. So Morocco's going to end his day right there. And Anthony Smith looks like he's got a solid 10 there. Could be an upper 12. Again, I'm looking bare eye.
He's the closest to us, so yeah, 10 on the stand hyena. But for Anthony Smith, he's the closest to us, and so like we're obscured by the liner, I guess you could say, of the field of play. I can't see if his cone's out front or not.
He's shot at mostly all uppers thus far, so.
Jeff Borg, 472.
And the 12 for Borg. Here's Tim's 14.
It's possible this one goes in.
Stoic, not giving us a single thing.
There it is. Possible that still scores a 14 right now, too. Yep, very good shot by Tim. That's a 48-yard mule deer that's dark in the corner against blue curtains.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tim famously had LASIK surgery and got trifocals lasered into his eyeballs. So he's got a little bit of a bionic eye going on there.
And for Anthony Smith, he gets out with a 12. So with Smith, we've got to do the math. That should take him to what, 90?
Yeah, it's going to put him at 490. We'll see the swap here in a second. I didn't remember what everybody else shot, but yeah, he's still got a 6-point lead on Jeff Borg, and the only person who's going to be out of this race is Randy Morocco.
So for Randy Morocco, he gets a round of applause for his effort. Of course, back the Pro Pressure Point shoot down. He won the last round, but now he's out of this one with 4 archers to go on our last chance archery, last chance arrow Russian boar. This is putting it randomly on the floor, and then they're going to move him somewhere as well, just to put a cone down and saying this distance. This won't take that long because
they don't need to judge it.
Yeah, they're just going to range it, go.
It's about a yard maybe in front of the mule deer, which was at 48. So depending on where they shoot it from, it's going to be in the neighborhood of, yeah, I'm going to call it 45 to 46 yards. Scenario here, Scott's going to go first. He's 3 points back of Tim, 4 points back of Jeff Borg. He should shoot at the 14. If he hits that, now Tim needs at least a 12 to beat him, and Jeff needs a 10 to tie him. Everybody's kind of too far away from Anthony Smith to do much about it. So they're all going to be playing for second and third here, assuming that Anthony will just need a 10 to win, and he'll get that.
And those ties are on bonus rings. So, for instance, if Borg ends up, well, I guess he's 6 points back, isn't he? So if anybody was to tie Anthony Smith in terms of score for some weird scenario, you got to default to bonus rings. He comes in with 19, and for Smith, he's hit 3 of the 5 bonus rings. So that takes him to 22 total. Nobody else is that close. But Gillingham on the back of 2 8s and 3 14s works his way from 5th place up to 3rd
with a shot at 2nd.
Oof. All right, but it's got to be Fletcher who's going to kick us off.
Yeah, I mean, Tim could shoot his way into 2nd. Of course, you know, through only if Anthony works himself backwards does Tim have a shot at the win. But the par here is 10, right? Par is 10. Anything else is basically your birdie or eagle. You're looking for a 12 or 14 and a minimum of a 10. We don't expect these guys to shoot 8s. It happens here and there, but these are the best guys in their class, and they're typically going to come in here and at least keep it in the 10 ring. So this is going to be at a 14. Yep, so he shot an 8, which that's what's going to happen. Miss the 14. Going to come away with an 8 or a 5.
And it's a good distance down there.
Yeah, it's a good poke.
It's not the full 50.
And that's a tough one to see. And it's such a flat target with no definition. It's really hard to understand what you're aiming at.
At 488. Next up,
you know, I was in one of these shoot-offs once, and we had a wolf that was really hard to see definition on, so I looked at the back side of it, and there was actually a Hoyt banner. And I knew that the 14 ring was about a third way down the body and directly in line with the Y on the Hoyt, so that was what I used to aim. I couldn't actually see on the body where I was at, so they don't have a good reference here. This is a real tough shot.
Yeah, you were talking about that blue curtain you were talking about as a background. You can see him line in where the audience is as well, and the higher ones go all the way around, and the thing's back there. So for Gillingham, he doesn't call the upper.
Yeah, he's going to shoot at a 12 ring here, or should. Yeah, if he...
All right, so the clock has started, so he's got 40 seconds left, plenty of time.
Like he made a little maneuver with his mouth to straighten out the peep sight.
Yep.
That's a 10.
Doesn't seem to be happy with the shot.
That sounded kind of weird coming
Currently
off there
in
too,
third
but
place at 483. 10 for Tim Gillingham. Moves him to 493.
so 493 for Tim.
All right, Jeff.
So for Borg, if you can't catch Anthony Smith, the safe play is just go for center mass down.
Yeah, he's a shooter at 10. Yeah, right here, if he shot at 14, he's absolutely insane. But, you know, yeah, your assumption is that Anthony Smith is going to shoot a 10 or better.
If he shoots a 10.
And
He can't do that.
Yeah, if you go for a 14 here,
I can't help
he would
it
still
more
need,
than that.
Anthony would shoot an
Jeff,
8
you're
and they
on
would
your
still
own.
be tied, which would still give him the win on bonus rings?
Correct.
Yeah, so
Taking
he
up
has
12.
no chance at winning unless Anthony shoots a 5.
All right, Jeff. you
So,
ready?
yeah, Jeff's
We'll
job
start your
here
1 minute now.
is to shoot a 10. He's aimed center mass 10. Solid. Yep.
Yep,
And he
that's
might
what you
even
need to do.
he called upper, so he's not going to get a 12 out
Looks
of the
like he's
deal,
got
but
a
it doesn't
solid
matter.
10. Let's see what Scott has
Doesn't
to
matter.
say
So the
about
last
that.
chance archery, last chance arrow for
That'll
Jeff
put him
Morg.
in
He's in with a
second
10,
place.
and that's going to guarantee
10.
him second place.
For Jeff, boosts him to 494 and 1 point ahead.
Unless-
Tim Gillingham, and now Anthony
Yeah,
Smith.
now Anthony just needs some foam. He just needs to hit the animal.
Anthony, you need 5 points,
Yeah, all he needs is 5 points to win, and that's it.
but you don't need to know that. because
Important thing
you got
here, he's
something
setting his
else in
sight.
mind,
Do
I'm
that
sure.
correctly. First job, set the sight correctly.
Mm-hmm. It's happened to you. It's happened to me, especially field shooters, field archery.
Yeah.
You get up there, maybe you're talking in your group or something, and you just line up, and next thing you know,
About ready to go.
it skittles off the ground or goes over the top of a target. I mean,
Yeah, we have a mutual good
All right,
friend,
we're
our
gonna start
homie
your
Stephen
1 minute
Hansen, who
now.
missed at his sight like 3 of these shoot downs in a row. This is probably about 6, 7 years ago, and yeah, it just became a little bit of a viral thing for him. Just kept doing it, but yeah, so that's first and foremost, set your sight and set it correctly.
for the win.
Got it
No
with
problem.
an 8 left.
Okay, there's your champion, Anthony Smith.
And that's your champion, Anthony Smith. He comes in here with an advantage. He's able
Let's get
to
a final number from
shoot
Scott
his
on that,
way,
and then we'll give you a final
maintain that lead
status.
on the back of 3 bonus
And
rings.
depending on the TV production
Yeah, he gave
schedule,
2
we'll
away.
decide who awards now
At
or
first
after
arrow,
10.
he shot an 8, and we thought maybe the door's open, but he was able to plot right back up with 12, and then goes 10, 12, 12, and finishes off with that 8
With
left.
enough, yeah, with enough.
Yeah, with enough. That's all that really mattered.
Okay, so we do have time, so we're going to start out with the Senior Pro Awards over here, and then we're going to go through Senior Pro.
All right, Anthony Smith, great job. Congratulations. How are you feeling about this one?
Oh, I've been nervous the whole time, but kind of nervous all the way around. And I've been looking for this since last year. I come in 3rd place last year, and I was looking to make a comeback this year. So.
Well, you started off your first arrow with that 8, and then you were able to get 3 bonus rings on the backside, and that must have been really comforting heading into that last arrow.
Oh yeah, they gave me a little cushion there, and I took some of the stress off.
Well, you did it. Congratulations. You're the champ.
I appreciate it. Whew. I'm glad it's over.
All right, so the celebrations begin for Anthony Smith as we are wrapped up with our senior known pro. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, we got more action coming at you. 4 more pro classes in the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour. It's the Easton Hoyt Pro-Am from Bossier City, Louisiana.
It's one of the newest venues on the circuit, but it brings old school challenges for archers. But even with the tricky terrain, tricky lighting, and some occasional wind, the field is set for the final shootdown. The best archers have made their way to the top, and they're ready to go. Ready to decide who is Camp Minden champion. Are you ready?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour, our third round of the season. It's the Easton Hoyt Pro-Am. We're here in Bossier City Civic Center in Bossier City, Louisiana, after 2 awesome days at Camp Minden in Camp Minden, Louisiana. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Steve, the Big Cat Anderson, as we prepare for 4 shoot downs here, Steve. And it's electric in this facility, isn't it?
A lot of action coming up. This is always, you know, you get indoors, changes everything for these archers, and you know, we're going to see who can make a move, who can come away as champion, ASA Camp Minden.
Yeah, and of course we have these 4 classes coming at you, some of which are known categories where they are able to use rangefinders, and some that are unknown. Now let's take a look at our schedule for the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am season. And of course, we've already had the first couple. It was the Hoyt Easton Pro-Am. Then we had the Black Eagle Dart. Now we're sitting here right here from Camp Minden, Easton Hoyt. Then we go to London, Metropolis, and we wrap things up in August, beginning of August, Steve, where it is always lovely, toasty, and sticky in Alabama.
Coleman, Alabama. I don't think the air's moved there for a couple of years, but yeah, it's a fun place to wrap up the season.
Yeah, and so all this is set now, and of course the maximum distance we shoot here is going to be 50 yards, and we'll tell you some of the distances early on. Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, we will, because they're going to reset the course later on in this as we get into the unknown classes, which are going to finish up today.
Yep, for those of you who are unaware, there's 2 categories of archery here. There's the known yardage where they use a rangefinder, and there's the unknown where they got to come in here. They got a limited amount of time to judge the distance and make their shot. Very difficult to do that.
So let's take a look at the overview of this tournament. You want to see what ASA, of course, this 3rd edition is all about? Take a look at this.
Pro-Am Tour, which means we've hit the halfway point in the season, and the races for Shooter of the Year are intensifying. This is the 3rd year the ASA has gathered at Camp Minden, a 15,000-acre military installation owned and operated by the Louisiana National Guard.
Right now, this is a fairly new venue. I think this is the 3rd year we've been here. They're growing, they're accommodating us. They act like they want us to be here, and it's a really nice place to shoot so far.
The calling cards of the Camp Minden ranges are thick pines, dark lanes, and rolling terrain. To be successful here, archers have to be physically and mentally sharp. Every year, the base community makes tweaks and improvements to the area used by the ASA for the Easton Hoyt Pro-Am, and this year is no exception.
I think some of the challenges here are, since it's a new location and a new venue, it's new terrain, new surroundings.
Though this will be the 3rd year they've shot here, the archers competing in the 6 ASA Pro classes will shoot their arrows at Delta McKenzie targets set on ranges they've never seen before, that no one has ever seen before.
Please tell me I didn't go over that one.
A new practice range, new kids ranges, and improved trails throughout the venue all greeted the archers who started their weekend Thursday with the ever-growing match bowstrings team shoot.
That target doesn't change size. The lighting may change, the lanes may change, but that target stays the same.
That's a friendly competition where amateurs are teamed up with pros to kick off the ASA weekend and get the competitive juices flowing. It's a fun event, but with cold, hard cash on the line, the competition is serious.
Caden's at 12. Thank you.
Around 1,500 archers from around the world are expected to compete this weekend, and the real competition starts Friday morning when the pros hit the woods at 8 a.m. for the first of their 2 rounds.
This is going to be a good shoot down.
The big show kicks off Saturday at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time when the Pro Pressure Point Shootdowns begin in the Bossier City Civic Center.
This should be a good shoot down. 4 points from top to bottom.
An indoor controlled shooting environment will take Mother Nature totally out of the picture, allowing the finalists in the 6 pro classes to show what they can do.
Got it. Wow.
Sunday morning, the ASA amateurs who haven't yet finished their rounds will head back out to Camp Minden to close out the Easton Hoyt Pro-Am for 2024.
So that gives you an overview as we look over shooters that are practicing. But now let's get to the third member of our broadcast team, PJ Riley, who's going to give us more information about the targets and scoring rings here for ASA competition. PJ?
All right, so ASA scoring. All the animals have the same scoring rings. Basically what we're looking at here is anywhere on this body outside of this area is going to be worth 5 points. Hit right here, 5 points. Then we come to our largest scoring ring right here. You can see this, what I'm outlining. Anything inside of that, outside everything else, is worth 8 points. Our central scoring right here, this perfect circle, is worth 10 points. Anything in here, outside these other rings, 10 points, including this center here. Don't worry about that. That's a 10-point ring. These are the 2 you want to pay attention to. This is our lower 12 and our upper 12. Arrows placed here are worth 12 points. To score the 12 points on the upper, though, the archer must call upper in order for this to be worth 12 points. Otherwise, it's worth 10. When the upper is called, the lower is only worth 10 points. Now, out here, this is the one that they're going to be gunning for to make the move. This is our high-risk, high-reward 14-point ring. As you can see here, a slight miss, and you're up into 5 points. So 14 to 5, that's a big point swing. Greg, we're going to be looking for a lot of archers to be gunning for those 14s.
Without question, those 14s are critical. The CBE 14 ring could decide it for the winner of this event. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, it's going to be our first of the women's known pro here on the Sportsman's Channel, so check it out. It's the Pro Pressure Point Shootdown from Bossier City Civic Center. We'll be back in a moment.
Page 2023 ASA Classic Champ Cara Kelly, 2023 ASA Classic Champ Keith, 2023 ASA Classic Champ Dan McCarthy, 2023 ASA Classic Champ.
This baby's bad.
For more info on the complete 2024 Elite lineup, visit EliteArchery.com.
I have to shoot the best or there's just no point in doing it. I'm blown away at just how easy each arrow tunes right out of the box. Ultra Arrows, the pinnacle of precision and performance.
Ryan Jeffries, Mr. Ryan Reed, Chris Hacker, Alan Connor, Benny Barger, and your #1 qualifier from Voorheesville, New York, Jacob Sluzard.
I thought I could hang with these guys, and I wanted to prove that, but winning after 5 tournaments it's a lot.
Sub 4 pounds, 8 feet per second faster. Our goal wasn't just light and fast. It was how light and how fast.
Yeah, buddy.
The
X10 is the most successful arrow in competitive archery history, accounting for far more medals than any other individual piece of sporting equipment in Olympic history. Easton introduces the latest innovation of the X10 lineup, the 4mm Parallel Pro. Parallel Pro offers legendary X10 precision for all forms of archery. Elevate your precision. Your journey to the podium begins with Easton X10.
This baby's bad.
For more info on the complete 2024 Elite lineup, visit EliteArchery.com.
Ryan Jeffries, Mr. Ryan Reed, Chris Hacker, Alan Connor, Benny Barger, and your #1 qualifier from Voorheesville, New York, Jacob Sluzard.
I thought I could hang with these guys, and I wanted to prove that, but winning after 5 tournaments it's a lot.
So we're here at Camp Minden. This is day 1. We are on the ranges. These are brand new ranges, so we have not shot these before. I think so far I like it. It is a little overcast today, so it's a little dim, but we're hanging in there so far.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad. Honestly, I can see the targets very well, even though it's thick down there. No wind and hopefully no rain, which is good. So, yeah.
Here's a look at the women's known pro standings after our 2 days of qualification. That's 20 arrows per day, so 40 arrows, and par for the course. Steve Anderson is 400, so for Morgan Reeves, 34 up is how we really determine that. And Brooks and Madison Cox at 29. Cassidy Cox, who won last time, is actually in China or competing at the World Cup. Paige Pierce, of course, who was undefeated until our last round in 4th. And Danelle Lutz at a 420. And we're talking about last time. Let's take a look at what happened at our second round of the 2024 season.
Paige Pierce carried a 7-event win streak into the women's known Pro Shootdown, but started in the 4th position, 10 points behind the leader Cassidy Cox. Well known on the USA archery circuit, Cox has been improving her ASA game since she started competing here in 2020.
Morgan Reeves, who we saw at the first round of 2024. This is Morgan Reeves.
Oh, smashed it.
In the shootdown, she got a scare from 17-year-old Morgan Reeves.
Now tied for first place, Morgan Reeves,
who caught Cox on score ahead of the 6th arrow, though Cox still led on bonus rings.
Okay, so that sets the tone.
She's never won an ASA, is that correct?
Yeah, she's been in 3 shootdowns last year. And now a 10 for victory for Cassidy Cox.
For that last arrow, Cox did what she needed to do, which was to nail the center of the 10 ring to take her first ever ASA title and becoming only the 2nd woman to win a women's known pro crown since the class was launched last year.
I was feeling pretty okay. When I thought that I had to hit a 12, I was more nervous, but once I found out I could aim center 10, I was more comfortable with that. Yeah, my skinny arrows are a lot faster than my 23s were, and that helped me a lot.
All right, so now it's time to get shooting underway, so let's go to PJ.
All right, our next division tonight, we have Women's Known Pro. Our 5th place qualifier with a score of 420 and 15 bonus rings from Montello, Wisconsin, shooting for Matthews, Donnell Lutz. And our 4th place qualifier with a score of 423 from Red Bluff, California, shooting for Bowtech, Paige Pierce. Our 3rd place qualifier with a score of 429 from McKee, Kentucky, shooting for Elite, Madison Cox. And our 2nd place qualifier with a score of 430 from Grandview, Texas, shooting for PSE, Rendon Brooks. And our number 1 qualifier with a score of 434 from Natchez, Mississippi, shooting for Elite, Morgan Reeves.
Thank you, PJ. All right, just a quick reminder to our pros, the orange cones are in front of you.
So Steve Anderson, I think the thing that really impacts me the most is the age. You know, this is really, a lot of these young women are coming in here and competing at such a high level. And you can see that, you know, for Paige Pierce, who is the veteran, who was undefeated until our last round, she's still in here with a smile, but what a variation of shooters we have, and equipment as well.
A lot of different brands out there being represented, and like you said, the age thing is interesting. I don't think there's a 30-year-old out there, right? It's and you get all the way down. There's, you know, teenagers that are often very competitive at this level, so pretty cool to see. Morgan Reeves there, number 1. You'll see her. She kicked that cone out in front of the sponsor sign that she's got in her shooting box. That indicates she's going to aim at that upper 12. If you saw that scoring video here at the start of the broadcast, there's a lower 12, there's an upper 12, and then there's a center 10, which really doesn't come into play here. So Morgan going to go after the upper 12 on the what do we got down there? I can't quite see it. Yeah, it's our Hyena, her first target.
So it looks like Donnell Lutz went right for the 14. Yeah, the grazing, the Bow Doodle grazing doe. There's your leader on the stand Hyena. First shot for Morgan Reeves. Good solid release with a 4-point lead, and now what happens? You called it, Steve. She goes upper 12, and she gets that one right out of the gate. So adds to her bonus ring count, so she goes to 22 bonus rings as we carry our scores from qualification as well as our bonus rings. So on the field of play, the only bonus ring available is the 12 ring. Here in the finals, it is the CBE 14-point ring that's available as well. Brendan Brooks with an 8. So we go to Madison Cox. And that's the Shibuya Javelina.
10 for her there.
That's 41 yards downrange. And that's not even the longest, that's the middle target in terms of distance. Gold tip mule deer, 48 yards away. A 10 for Paige. To Donnell Lutz, back in action. Having a baby recently.
Yeah.
She went up high, but missed it, and is going to come in with an 8.
Going for the 14 ring on that 32-yard grazing doe. That's the one you want to shoot at if you got to make some ground up. And Donnell unfortunately didn't catch that. She had a little bit more ground to make up. Right now, you know, with 4 targets left to go, they'll update these scores here in a second, but she's going to be looking to try to get a few more 14s to see if she can't make a jump into that top 3 spot, get a podium finish.
Of course, her husband, Jimmy, ranked 4th in the world in world archery. with the event going on in China, decided that this was the best move for him to make with traveling with the family. Didn't want to try to put the baby on the plane and go all the way to China.
Yeah, little business decision for him there.
100%.
I think they also have an adopted son for this event. It looked like Stephen Hansen was playing that role there for him. So
that's nice.
Yeah,
it's always good to have Stephen involved.
Yeah, so they've got one that's 3 months old and one that's about 30, but they got to take care of both of them. Not 30 months, 30 years.
30 years. Each archer rotated to the next target. So our leader Reeves moves over to the elevation Impala. This is Madison Cox, who's now on that gold tip mule deer. Sent it.
She got a 12.
Did you call an upper?
She did, yep. And let's see here. It looks like Paige went for a 14 and it was well left and low.
So Danelle Lutz gets 10.
Danelle's got a good looking shot. She's been solid on the World Cup scene for a number of years. And of course, met Jimmy. They got married. She moved over here, started playing this ASA game a little bit, and been successful right away. But all those years of shooting target archery, she developed a really sound shot execution. 12 for the leader, Morgan Reeves, just building on that lead. And they had to coax a smile out of her too, so she's all business until this is over and done with.
23 bonus rings so far for Reeves.
Taking a look at a close one here, but that's going to be a 10, I do believe. It might have the outside edge of that line. These arrows only need to touch the outer edge of the scoring line. So a lot of times in this game, they'll pull them because the targets are made of foam. They got a little bit of flex to them, and it will pull that line over into the arrow shaft. And if it can do that and it can touch that line, it will score the upper value.
And 12 was called for Madison Cox, and the crowd cheering. That'll be her 21st bonus ring of the tournament, Steve.
She's right there on bonus rings. Just had a little too many hiccups. Obviously, she had a 5. That's why her score is an odd number. At that point they had at least one 5. And there's Paige just catching an 8 there. It's kind of uncharacteristic of her, not really in the anywhere near where she was hoping to land that arrow.
Women's known pro, which means they're able to get that rangefinder out. She's double checking that, or maybe the first time they get a look at it. In the unknown categories, they have the opportunity to come out here and they get a 5-minute, 10-minute session to judge the distance. For us, this current coverage, Steve and I both know the distances that we have for each one of these targets, and we're going to get 2 categories back to back of known, and then we're going to reset those targets and then go to unknown to finish up the day. We won't know the distances on those.
So heading into this third arrow, Morgan maintains solid lead, pushed it to 7 points. Madison Cox 451. She sits 3 points ahead of Rendon Brooks, who's got 7 points ahead of Paige Pierce, and then Danelle trails Paige by 3. So she's going to gun at 14s. Paige is going to gun at 14s. Rendon and Madison Cox are going to each be trying to work that position, try to get second place out of it. Maybe put the pressure on Morgan if she can work her way backwards. But right now she's looking solid, and I think she just put another 12 ring down. So
that one broke funny for Brooks. That goes out left. A lower 12 for Madison Cox. But Paige Pierce, who's on our stand hyena, looks like she center punched that 14. She's got those skinny arrows out too. And so we get confirmation. You need it inside out for Paige Pierce. So then we go to the elevation Impala and Danelle Lutz.
He'll still tracking to the left there a little bit. So she went for that 14, couldn't quite find it, ended up in the core line. The core line is simply for replacing the center of that target, has nothing to do with the scoring, so she'll take the 8.
Morgan Reeves, third in a row on the bonus rings. Dialed in. This 17-year-old has got it going on. And she was the only solo leader that we had that transitioned from leading after day 1 to leading today. There was a tie in one of the other categories of co-leaders, and one of those co-leaders ended out on top. But Morgan Reeves definitely has Camp Minden, Louisiana, and the Bossier City Civic Center dialed in right now. Eight for Rendon Brooks, so now to Madison Cox. And Madison with the 12 and her second bonus ring in a row.
She's making moves right here.
The problem is, in second place for Madison Cox, she's trying to chip away at Reeves' lead, but
yeah, Reeves isn't giving anything away. Right now, you're kind of going to transition to your brain to trying to finish in a different spot on the podium. So you're always chasing that hope for first place right as you come into this shoot down. But now for Madison, she's going to be looking at those who are trailing her, trying to make sure she can protect second place, because there's quite a bit of money difference between second and third. Obviously a lot between first and second, but if that's not attainable, you don't want to be gunning at 14 rings and giving up the second place position.
Let's talk about Morgan Reeves and her release aid, Steve, because oftentimes we just have a release aid we use in our hand, either a thumb button or a tension release, but Morgan Reeves doing something different.
Yeah, she's got a little wrist strap there, the index trigger, so pretty common to see. A lot of people, they start with something like that. It's a lot like any sort of shooting sport where you're going to want to simply get on there with your index finger and squeeze off the shot. You can see right there, Rendon Brooks, she had a thumb trigger on, so that's more of a T-handle style. You hold on to the release and then you actually activate it with your thumb. But yeah, you'll see some of the other ones, the tension release you mentioned, also known as a hinge release, which looks like Madison might have a hinge in her hand right here. You basically continue to pull and it'll rotate to open a moon, or sorry, rotate a hook that clears a moon and then opens the hook and fires the release. So a few different ways of going about it. Solid 14 from Rendon Brooks there.
So Madison Cox is the first one to be scored here on the stand hyena. Gonna be a 10. So we'll go to Paige Pierce, who's on the Elevation Impala. That's 35 yards downrange. Gunning for the 14, and she goes 8 for Paige.
Yeah, hers have consistently been left side, so that must be something from working into this indoor. Even where they're warming up over there, it's a little bit different lighting. They come out here and now they have a ton of light blasting them. It can change how your point of impact is affected simply from lighting like that.
For Danelle Lutz, it's going to be 5, just going for the 14.
Yeah,
and
she's
just
got nothing else. Yeah,
that's right.
Just keep shooting at 14s and see what you can do now. Have some fun.
Good solid shot.
10 for Morgan Reeves.
Yeah. So the bonus ring streak ends. You go 12, 12, 12, and 10, and then Rendon Brooks. A good look at the shot.
She let down once, yep.
That's a good lesson to learn. 100% good lesson to learn. If you're not feeling it and you have time, the shot clock here is 1 minute. And she let down with still 36 seconds remaining on the clock, took a deep breath and reset, and is able to lock in the 14. And for Brooks, the first bonus ring of her round. Now we go to our arrow number 5. And Steve, after this arrow, what happens?
So after the 5th arrow, they're going to have a bit of a reset, and anyone who's within 10 points of the leader will get a shot at a 6th target, which will be our last chance archery, last chance arrow. So right now we're looking at basically that's going to be Madison Cox, and that might be it. depending on what Morgan can do here and what Madison does, that could shift and we could have a ball game that ends right now. But there's the updated scores. Morgan Reeves sitting at 480, Madison Cox 473, Rendon Brooks 470. That's our current podium as we sit. Paige Pierce trails that podium position by 7 points, and Danelle Lutz is at 451. So right here, if you're Rendon Brooks, you want to make a move on Madison Cox. Rendon is on the Hyena, their target number 1, which is 44 yards away. She's going to aim at a 12 ring, try to get that. Madison is looking at the Impala, which is one of our closer targets at 35 yards. She's probably going to aim at a 12 ring as well. No real reason for her to go to 14. That was Morgan Reeves, who just shot a 12. Danelle got in her last 14, having a good time out there. And keep in mind, the 14 ring is not in play until we get here to the Pro Pressure Point Shoot Down. Throughout the 40 qualification targets, they only have the 12, 10, 8, 5 in play. No 14 ring there. So sometimes you get out here, it's fun. Shoot at the 14 ring, shoot at 5 of them, see what can happen.
Looks like Paige might have caught that one.
I think she did.
This is the Stan Hyena for Brooks.
She got a 10 there. Solid 10. Left side. I'm noticing a trend on point of impact for all these ladies. That's left side, so something to do with that lighting shift as we move into this very well lit Civic Center here.
As well as the light bouncing off the floor.
Yep.
It's a very shiny floor. It's just off white.
Bossier Civic Center. Madison Cox gets a little padding there. Her second place lead over Rendon. She'll have 5 points on her. In fact, that'll give her guaranteed second place.
All right.
I do believe.
Yeah, sitting on three bonus rings for this round at 23 total.
So again, anyone who's within 10 points of the leader will shoot a 6th arrow here. Paige with a good 14. A little too late for her, but good finish.
2 14s, 2 8s, and a 10 for Paige in her finals. And for Danelle Lutz, who was going for it again. What else is there to do? Just gun for it and have some fun. You see, dropped it a little low. It's going to give her an 8. It's good to see Danelle, though, back shooting. So then we go to our leader, Morgan Reeves. And if she called that upper, she smoked it. And she did.
And that's a pretty key one for Madison Cox and Rendon Brooks, because it takes Rendon out of that last chance arrow. So if you're Madison Cox, now you're like, okay, sweet, I got second place locked up. So Madison will have a final arrow along with Morgan. She'll shoot at a 14 for fun. Yeah, if she hits that, she'll move to a 499, and then Morgan would still just need an 8 to win. So I'm not going to say it's a guarantee. I don't want to give an announcer's curse, but you know, this one is would take a pretty monumental disaster.
Here comes that last chance archery, last chance arrow, Russian boar. They're going to put it somewhere, and they'll be able to range it. They're probably going to move them to, like, normally they're moving the archers in front of the shooting area where they have now. So they're not going as far back as I thought they would. I was told, though, Steve, that the last chance archery, last chance arrow target wouldn't be set anything under 41 yards.
Yeah, there was a situation here once where they moved it to like 13 yards and basically guaranteed a win for a guy. You know, there was some controversy there. So, yeah, they're trying to make it at least a decent poke so that a 14 will truly be rewarded. As we said here, though, it looks like it's fairly even with that javelina. So they're putting 2 of those pig family animals there in a similar region of the field of play. And then they're going to move them up, looks like about 6 yards from the original shooting line. So, yeah, by my math,
first up is going to be Madison Cox.
We're going to be under 41 yards, but that's okay. So Madison Cox, she's going to go out, shoot at a 14 for fun. That awesome Russian boar. You know, my friend Mike Boyer, his Uncle Steve has that Russian board in his backyard.
Uncle Steve
Shoots it
does?
a lot. Yeah,
Does
his
he
Uncle
really?
Steve, yeah.
Oh, good for Uncle Steve.
Not to be confused with me, but
Yeah, no,
Mike
yeah.
Boyer's Uncle Steve.
Mhm.
He shoots at that Russian board a lot in his backyard, is what Mike's told me. But
That's great.
So you can see that big 14 ring on that Russian board, though. But what's weird about the Russian board, when you're out in the normal field of play, is how the 12 rings, your upper and lower, are kind of skewed differently than on a lot of the other targets.
All right, Madison.
Last chance archery, last chance arrow. 492 to 485. Maximum point value available on that target is 14.
They got a generous 14 ring on that. So the 14 ring on that Russian boar is about double, if not triple, the size of the 14 ring on the javelina next to it, which we just saw Paige Pierce hit with her final arrow.
So with guaranteed second place, you would have to think Madison Cox is just going for it.
Yep, going to shoot at the 14. You know, if she can keep it in the 8 ring, then Morgan, if she shoots an 8, Morgan has to hit the foam. That's it. If she shoots a 14, Morgan has to hit an 8. So you're going to try to put, you know, at least a little bit of pressure on them. There's always a chance of an equipment malfunction. There's always something that can happen. But
got it.
She got it. Smoked the 14.
All right, let's see what she's got going
All right, 2 elite shooters going after it.
Gonna put some pressure on. 14. All right, Madison.
Confirmation of the 14. Good looking arrow.
499.
So 499.
That's a 7-point lead.
So 7
over
points.
Morgan.
So basically what Madison Cox has done is forced Morgan Reeves, who has literally hit 4 out of her 5 in bonus rings. Hitting foam isn't enough. Got to go 8 ring or better.
For Madison, 499, anytime you're approaching 500 points in these, you know, even after the pro pressure point shoot down, that's pretty impressive. That'll usually get you on the podium. Certainly did here. Morgan needs an 8 to win.
If she wins.
This is different if they're playing the unknown distance game, right? Like, it's not a guarantee. It's not a total guarantee here, but you know, Morgan hasn't shot a 5 this week.
Okay, get that arrow.
She
not a single 5.
Yeah, the way she's looking here in this shoot down, I think she's got a good chance at hitting a 12 still. So
Start your 1 minute now.
Well, she's putting the cone up front, so the upper
she's
is
gonna aim at the upper 12, I guess.
Shot clock has started. Still 50 seconds remain.
So what you'd want to do here, if you're Morgan, is you're going to aim at the, well, the 12 you're most comfortable aiming at normally, but a lot of shooters will pick the one that's furthest from the 5 ring. And you can see there, yeah, she shot a, she piped to center 10, center of center 10.
What a run. Didn't need that extra bonus ring, but still coming off of it. 21 12s in qualification and ends up piping 4 12s on her way to a huge victory for Morgan Reeves. Madison Cox, who came in here 1 point behind Rendon Brooks in 3rd place, is able to work her way up into 2nd place. But now we get an opportunity to talk to Morgan Reeves. And Morgan, what an outstanding performance, hitting those 4 bonus rings. You really put your foot on the gas. Was it exactly how you wanted it to play out?
I couldn't have asked for it to play out any better, honestly.
So how does this win rank in the victories you've had in your career, your short career?
Probably top, honestly.
So how you feeling about it right now?
Pretty stoked. Not really sure what to feel yet.
Well, you did it. Congratulations. You won it, and you did it with outstanding shooting. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. 17-year-old Morgan Reeves gets it done. And the Pro Pressure Point shoot down for the Women's No Pro category here in Bossier City, Louisiana. Done and dusted. We still have so much more to come. The 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour in our 3rd round. This is the Easton Hoyt Pro-Am. We'll be back after this.
What a shot.
Got it. Unbelievable.
So Kyle needs an 8 to win.
8 to win. Oh, he went right at it.
Entered in, done. This guy is unreal.
That's it. And he got it. Never play it safe, Gillingham.
Good shot for Carl.
Good morning, Tucson! Today's weather report looks like a high of 70 degrees and not a cloud in the sky. In other news, U.S. manufacturing jobs have been shipped overseas at an alarming rate. Manufacturers opting for higher profit margins and taking jobs away from American workers. After over 50 years, PSC Archery has stated, in fact, they're doubling down, making their carbon bows right here in the USA.
In my Louisiana, jazz has a way of making me sway.
Cajun goes way into the night.
Yeah, thick ranges, as you can see, kind of dark tunnels, the targets, and then our shoot-off we go to indoors, which can also create challenges. You know, a little bit better lighting, may change impacts a little bit, but yeah, I mean, it's awesome looking ranges. They're certainly probably going to be challenging today with the overcast and dark targets.
Supposed to say 12 when the camera's roll.
He had almost a 12. It's only 4 inches away.
That was in the woods in our known pro category. Some things that happened over the last 2 days, but this is how it ended up with the top 5. Greg White sitting next to Steve Anderson and Kyle Douglas. Steve goes 60 points up over Dane Johnson, Levi Reitzma, Boyer, and Rainey in the mix.
Big score for Kyle Douglas. 460 is just a little bit off our highest score ever, which I think is 466 from Jimmy Lutz. I jokingly asked Kyle if he made the shoot down with that 460. Obviously, no one has ever missed that one. But yeah, he was on a runaway. Dane Johnson's got maybe a chance to catch him, but it's going to take a minor miracle.
Let's take a look at what happened the last time we were in competition, our round 2 of the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour.
It seems like no lead is ever enough when it's time for the shoot down in the known pro class. Where most in the class struggled through the weekend, Curtis Broadnax put together 2 solid days in the woods to post a score of 50 up and carry an 8-point lead over Dane Johnson into the finals. 10 points behind him was the 2-time defending shooter of the year, Kyle Douglas.
Gosh, that's
Kyle for the 14. He got it.
Got it? Nice.
Douglas hit 2 14s and a 12 with his 5 arrows to get within 4 of Broadnax for the final arrow.
There's a good look at Kyle. He's dangerous.
He got it.
Wow. 488. So Kyle needs this one to even make it interesting. He's got it.
Douglas nailed the 14 with his last arrow, forcing Broadnax to hit any bonus ring to take the win.
Biggest bonus ring of the year so far for Curtis Broad.
He shot a 10, and Douglas claimed his 2nd Pro-Am title in a row.
So I knew I had a long ways to make up in the shoot-off, and I knew it was possible. I've done it before, but I knew I just had to go out there guns a-blazing and probably hit some hard 14s, and luckily I was able to make it happen.
And he's still on a roll, but now it's time to go to PJ to welcome our athletes to the field of play.
All right, next up we have our known pro shootdown. Our 5th place qualifier with a score of 446 from Mulvane, Kansas, shooting for Matthews, Jeff Rainey. And our number 4 qualifier with a score of 448 from Sullivan, Missouri, shooting for Matthews, Remington Boyer. Our number 3 qualifier with a score of 450 from Midlerville, Michigan, shooting for Matthews, Levi Reitzma. Our 2nd place qualifier with a score of 452 from Leota, Indiana, shooting for Matthews, Dane Johnson. And our number 1 qualifier with a score of 460 from Liberty, Utah, shooting for Matthews, Kyle Douglas.
All right, so Kyle Douglas coming in with a 460 on 31 bonus rings. Jeff Rainey, Steve Anderson at 27 bonus rings. He's in 5th place at a 46, but that shows you kind of the up and down that this can be. And you know, looking at the competition out on the floor, Remington Boyer coming in here in 4th place with a 48 with 25 rings. One of the things that you'd notice with all these athletes is just the different size. And looking at Johnson, at Dane Johnson, Steve, he's a taller guy, he has a longer draw length. And here in ASA competition, the rule is actually about the speed of the arrow, not the poundage of the bow. Do you feel like in these known categories that having, you know, like being taller, having a longer draw length is an advantage, or because it's, you know, known distance and you can range find it, that it kind of mitigates that advantage that you have?
Yeah, I don't think it matters that much, or I would have probably won more. Tim Gillingham would have won more, and Dane would win more, but Kyle, who's not a huge stature, seems to win a lot. So yeah, they're limited to basically 290 feet per second. A little bit of chronograph variance there. It allows them to get closer to 300 feet per second for actual speeds, but that helps level the playing field a little bit. Man, these guys getting right after it. They're already through round 1. Go take a look at some scores.
So the first target is going to be the stand hyena, and that's going to be Kyle Douglas. And he comes out of the gate with
piped.
Yeah.
Piped 12 ring, upper 12, he called it. Not a huge surprise there. You know, the thing with some of these guys, we've seen people hit every bonus ring throughout a shoot down. I remember seeing Chris Perkins do it. He shot all 5. I think he even got a 6th. You know, someone hung with him and he picked up a 6th. This one's a tight one and a big call. I think that's going to get it. This is Dane Johnson.
It's that outside edge.
Yep, just got to touch the outside edge. Yeah, he's got that one. 14. There it is.
Good call, Steve.
So far, I've been on pace with the.
Yeah, I think you're perfect on the calls.
Out there. I may have missed one. But I think I did. Richard Owens, first shoot down of the day.
Dane
We're
Johnson
looking at
knows.
Levi Reitzma. That's an upper 12. Looks like he did call for the upper. If you missed it earlier in the broadcast, PJ gave a little breakdown on how the scoring works. Now you can see that he's kind of pushing the line, but if you were to recreate that line as it should sit, I believe it would be in. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the actual rule book and read how that works, but yeah, you can push and pull a ring a little bit, and they'll pass judgment off that. So anyhow, they gave him a 12.
That was
looked like a 12 to me.
Yeah, Remington Boyer shot. That's uncharacteristic.
Yeah, Remington. He's out in the core line, which is kind of nowhere near where he was aiming, I'm sure. But I don't know. He hasn't been in a ton of these, so he might be out trying to get his nerves underneath him. Sometimes when you come out into these and you're a little bit nervous, you end up aiming low, and then you will sail one high as you try to get it back up into the zone, right?
Yep.
Could have been what he did there, just fighting those nerves. And a 14 for Jeff Rainey, who is a pretty stone cold shooter. As you mentioned, Jeff had the second highest bonus ring count coming into this, but the lowest score out of the top 5. So what that means is, in golf terms, he made the most birdies, but he had a lot of bogeys too. So, or he made the second most birdies, I'd say. But I expect Jeff to make a little bit of run at things here. He was 4 points back of a podium finish as we started, which is Levi Reitzma in third. So he has closed that gap a little bit. He's now sitting 2 points back of Reitzma and jumped over the top of Remington Boyer. We'll see what he can do the rest of the way. Got Boyer, who's over here on the short one now, just grazing doe, 32-ish yards. See if he jumps after a 14, and then let's see if Kyle pushes out a 14 ring on that Impala. That's the shy Impala, as you mentioned.
Yeah, Johnson on the Shibuya, Javelina on the right part of your screen.
Kyle went upper 12 and piped it. Dane went after upper 12, and I think he just missed it.
Yeah, just low.
Reitzma on the long mule deer. He went at a 14. I think he shot an 8. He trying to hang up there with Dane, and I think he's going to give up third place now to Jeff, who was on the Impala but shot an 8. So yeah, maybe Levi didn't give anything up there.
So that is the stand Hyena with Rainey.
I didn't see, I was looking down, didn't see where Rainey's arrow was. Was he shooting at a 14?
Yeah, I don't know. It was like core line.
Kind of left side, huh? Yeah, not sure he did shoot at the 14 there. Solid for Kyle. He's been on both these a click left on the site, in case he needs to know.
I'm sure he appreciates it.
Yeah, hey Kyle.
2022 and 2023 Shooter of the Year, Kyle Douglas. Multi-time champ in the Pro-Ams and classic wins. I mean, Kyle's just on top of his game. Dane Johnson, who we just saw in with a 10. Two-time Fort Benning champ, which is now Fort Moore.
Fort Moore, yeah, I always get confused. I wrote Fort Benning on all the big checks when we were there. Dane went for the 14 and got the core line. He's an 8. Oh, sorry, that's Levi's.
Levi, yeah.
Yeah, Levi. Yeah, and if I were him, I don't think I would have went at that 14. That's when I'm trying to shoot a 10 and maybe get a piece of that 12 ring. So he just gave up some more points to Dane, but he didn't lose anything on Jeff Rainey. Remington's getting himself back in the mix.
Going for that CBE 14 ring. Makes up for that 8 on the first one a little bit. So it looks like bonus rings are tied up between Reitzma and Remington Boyer.
Yeah, we should get the update on the screen here. Heading into round 3. There it
we go.
is.
Yeah. So Reitzma and Boyer. So if you're new to ASA Archery, when we're in these Pro Pressure Point shoot down, the bonus rings are going to make the difference in position. So they break a tie. But there is, if you tie on score and you tie on bonus rings, at the end of the arrows that we shoot, then there is a closest to the center shoot. One arrow closest to the center. And that could happen for third if for some reason Reitzma and Boyer end up just going toe to toe for the rest of these 3, possibly 4 arrows. Two-time ASA champ Levi Reitzma. Looks like he went for it.
Yeah, it looks like Reitzma shot at the 14 and missed it.
Remington Boyer on the Stan Hyena.
That's a 5. Yeah, not a target I'm shooting at the 14 at. Remington had a shot at a podium finish there, and he probably just removed himself from it. So, yeah, there's a little bit of course management you got to bring into play here. And when you're looking at a podium position and a first place is out of reach, you gotta make sure you're making the right decision when it comes to each target.
Elevation Impala 8 for Rainey. Now we move over to the Shibuya Javelina. Kyle Douglas. I think that's the safe move on that target, wouldn't you?
I'm sure he's mad about it.
Yeah.
You know, that's 41 yards to that one. That's just a little bit of a dip on the shot.
Still sitting on just 33 bonus rings on the weekend.
But what you see from Kyle there is when you make the mistake, you want it to be a 10, right? You want to be on the safe side for your miss. So Dane with a 10 is going to maintain a healthy lead there in second place. Yeah, healthy lead on third, sitting in second place.
So Reitzma, he goes 8. So better though than Boyer, who got a 5. So that's going to move him 3 points away from Remington Boyer.
Yeah. Not often you shoot an 8 and move ahead. So
this is true. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, there's Fear Levi Reitzma. That's the shortest target. The grazing doe. I think you do have to shoot at the 14 ring at that one. But he hasn't quite found 0 yet. When I say that, I mean I don't think he's found his left-right, zeroing in on his side adjustment from shooting outside to shooting here under these brighter lights.
So a couple things will happen. Anytime you're shooting ASA competition, you're practicing in the known categories. You get up there and you range find it to get your distance, and then what Kyle's doing right now, Steve, is what's he trying to figure out?
He's looking for the scoring ring. So Kyle is on this mule deer. He's looking for a good reference because that mule deer looks like a gray piece of paste down at the end of the range in front of a blue background. It's really, he got very little definition on it, which makes it challenging. So he's trying to identify a spot and pick out where he wants to shoot. This is one where I would play safe and shoot a center 10, and he did.
Yep. That's the longest one we have out on the course right now, 48 yards.
Was that a 14 ring we saw here?
From Dane.
From Dane.
Correct.
Yep. So Dane is keeping a solid grip on second there.
Yeah, Dane was on the Bow Doodle grazing doe. That's our 5th target. So our first one is the Stan Hyena. And that's going to be a 12 for Reitzma.
It's a good shot for Levi there.
It's now the Elevation Impala, 35 yards downrange. Looks like 8 for Remington Boyer.
Yeah, he had to shoot at some 14s. The Impala's a good one to shoot at. Again, I think he's struggling to find a 0 as well. He's been left and he's been right. So you can see a little frustration there on Remington's face. But you know what? Got it in the shoot down. Still a good weekend. Shoot at one more 14 for fun and hit the road. Jeff Rainey's still got a chance to catch Levi, but he needs to be matching him here. That's a center 10.
For Kyle.
For Kyle, okay, yeah. What did Rainey have? I missed that one.
I didn't see it either. I think it was a 10.
Okay.
we'll look at when the scores come up. Here's a good look at Dane Johnson. He went 14 hunting.
See what Dane's got in store for us here. That's the dark. That doe is 14.
That's the Bo Doodle Brazen Doe.
Smashed.
All right, so wait for these scores to reset. But for Dane Johnson, he goes 14, 10, 10, 14. So he's making a little bit of ground on Kyle Douglas, but not a ton.
Closed a big gap there to keep this in reach. Now he's got 2 targets to go, right? We have 5 targets here, and then anyone who's within 10 of the leader will get that 6th last chance arrow, last chance archery, last chance arrow. And right now, Dane's the only person who's within 10 of Kyle. So if you're Jeff Rainey, you're going to shoot at a 14 here. If you're Levi, you want to shoot at a 10, or you want to aim at 12, and that way, hopefully, worst case scenario is 10. Levi is on the shorter Impala. I don't think he's going to go for a 14 here to try to stick within 10 points of Kyle. That would be the wrong play. But yeah, he needs to shoot at a 12 here. And then, yeah, Kyle's just going to keep doing what he's doing. He's going to probably get after a 12 on this one.
He did.
Yep, and he got it. And that's the closest target. This is the downside of being in Kyle's position. He's got to play it a little bit safe, so he didn't aim at the 14 ring there. Dane watched what happened. He saw Kyle hit a 12. I don't know what his game plan is here. I don't know if he's going after a 14. I think he's going to.
Yeah, 44 yards downrange.
He's only got this one and one more. He went after it, shot an 8. Dang it. So Kyle's going to move to 5-16. Dane's still going to get one more shot, but he's going to be trailing by 8 points.
Okay. How do you like this affair? An all Matthews affair in the known pro. I mean, you know, if you're Matthews as a company, you're sitting there going, good, we got it on lock. It's up to them to decide who's doing it. So for Dane, he drops it short. That'll be an 8 after 2 10s and 2 bonus rings. You can see the disappointment on his face, but he'll be thinking about that one for a little while. Wrightsman goes 10.
Wrightsman went after 10. He did the right thing. Let's see what we got here. They're going to go to Remington 0 next. I didn't see Jeff's. Jeff was on the mule deer, and I know he shot at a 14, but I cannot see the score from here. You can see that arrow hanging out on that mule deer in the background there.
So Rainey was on the gold tip mule
Got
deer.
it.
Yeah.
So him and Levi will move into a tie to be separated by bonus rings.
Rainey had the advantage. He had 2. Who's he in tie with right now?
Yeah, with Levi Wrightsma.
Levi was 2 down, and he's only got 2 in this, so it looks like Rainey should have the advantage.
Yep, Rainey's going to end up 3rd. There's Kyle, padding his lead a little bit. So he's just been smoking the 12. It looks like he took that click left that I was talking about.
The other thing too, though, is he ensured that Dane, if he hit that 14, wasn't within 10.
Yeah.
So that was a big 12 for Kyle to make sure that he maintained that lead.
Yeah, so a last chance arrow for Dane and Kyle.
All right, so Jeff Rainey ends up 3rd after that tie, but he gets it on bonus rings. So important, even though Rainey comes in 5th at a 446, he still had those 27 bonus rings. And it's just one of those lessons to learn that even if you're out there qualifying, just keep fighting, because those bonus rings are what made the difference. So now we come down to these two. They're going to roll out the last chance archery, last chance Russian boar.
Dane is lobbying. I think Dane is conceding the win to Kyle right here.
Okay, if you shoot the eye of the,
so he is.
Oh, is he lobbying for the? If
He's
I shoot
lobbying,
the eye,
he's lobbying for
I'll give you the target, and
a free target.
Young kid, and I'll give them the javelina. How about that? If you shoot the eye of the Russian boar.
All right, so the deal is if Dane shoots
If you shoot the
eye of the Russian boar,
you get the Russian boar target.
he gets the Russian boar target.
You're also going to go out there and pick out
But
a
if he
child.
does
You give
that,
him the
he can go
javelina.
pick out a
How about
kid,
that?
and the kid will take home the javelina.
All right, little charity case for Dane Johnson here. He has all but conceded victory to Kyle Douglas, right?
Yeah.
He has conceded victory to Kyle Douglas. If he hits the eyeball, he gets 5 points. Kyle wins the tournament.
Yeah, as long as it's not yours.
Yeah. So what's the lead there? 8 points.
Yeah, what Dane's looking at here is if he shot 14, he moves to 522. Kyle needs an 8 to win. He's pretty confident Kyle's going to get that, so he's going to try to have some fun out of this. What he's doing is he's talking to Mike Terrell, and he wants to take a target home. He's trying to add about a $400 bonus to his winnings in the form of that beautiful Russian boar that's eyeballing us right there. So, which my friend Mike Boyer, his dad Uncle Steve, has in his backyard.
Yeah, Uncle Steve. We just call that the Uncle Steve now.
He lives here in Bossier City, I think.
In what's?
I always thought it was Bossier City.
Bossier?
But, you know, it turns out it's Bossier. I like it more as Bossier.
Look, people think it's Worcester, Massachusetts, but it's Worcester. You got to go with what the locals say.
Yeah. You don't, it's not called Worcestershire sauce? I remember one day I picked that up and looked at it in front of you, and I was like, what's this called, Worcestershire? And you're like, it's Worcestershire. Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Got that one wrong.
Child in the audience is going to win no matter what happens.
Last chance archery, last chance arrow. Dane Johnson looking to make the day of a little kid. Is he going to go for the eye? Things about the size of maybe a quarter, a dime.
Dane conceding victory. It's over the top of it. He almost got it on the pass through.
He almost, yeah, that would have been it. The backside. The crowd goes crazy. Dane with his hand in the air. He went for it.
What did he score? What was his score? 5.
He's going to be really upset if Kyle's release breaks on this last arrow.
Oh, yeah.
Since we can't get your arrow out of the target, well, I did that. I was going to let you have the target anyway. Great shot. You get the target. Thanks, Dane.
Mike Terrell's going to give him the target anyway.
Dane got his bonus out of the situation.
Yeah, yeah.
Now what's Kyle going to get out of here? So he's lobbying for a second giveaway.
All right, Kyle. I don't know.
Someone tell Kyle he's been 1 click left.
Consider the fact that
He's sitting right here in front of you.
I can't say it loud enough. Yeah.
What do you want to do? Okay, if you
Steve just told him he's been 1 click left. And Kyle just looked at him and went, okay.
And he didn't move it either.
He didn't move it. No. He's like, I'm not listening to you, Steve.
Actually, he might have. I don't know where the windage is on that one. Could be up front.
And what you're looking at here, though, this is important. Even though this is kind of like in the books, he's still going through his process that he normally would go through.
He wants to make the shot.
That's right.
Yeah, but tournament's been decided. Kyle Douglas is the champion.
He's going for
now we're shooting for fun. We're shooting for free targets. Let's get a look at that Russian boar.
He went for the eye. Not as easy as you thought. And now for Dane Johnson's target, it's got an extra hole in the face. What? Well, there you go. For Kyle Douglas, he's going to get that 5 points and the big win, and another one in the books for Kyle Douglas. Wow. So now what they're doing, by the way, is there's kids jumping up and down, and these guys are going to give the target away to some kids.
Look at Dane really pondering the situation here.
Kyle's already chosen. Now the kids are coming up. They're coming to the forefront, and Dane breaking hearts all over the place.
Yeah, this is tough. If you're Dane, you just lost a lot of fans.
Looks like he's picked one.
He's got a kid. He's got the chosen one.
All right.
It's Carter.
Carter with the big W.
Target.
Hall Carter with the big W and a target. And his dad's going, we flew here. What are we going to do with this target?
New check baggage. Just slap that tape label right over the top of it.
There you go.
Send it home.
There you go.
Maybe a little saran wrap on that. Yeah.
Family affair here at the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour.
Yeah, there's a lot of money on the line. This guy's still having a good time.
Absolutely. So that gives us an opportunity to talk to our guy, Kyle Douglas. You did it again. Congratulations. Seemed like a lot of fun there at the end. Tell us about it.
Yeah, that was a cool one. I talked Mike into letting me give away a target to a kid, I guess whether I hit the eye or not, but kind of a fun little novelty there.
So how was it, man? You hit a lot of bonus rings this weekend, and obviously coming in with a 460 impressive. How did it feel in front of this crowd?
It was just a good weekend. You know, I shot my bow pretty well all weekend, and you're always trying to win it on the course. You don't have to work as hard in here. So come in here, you know, knowing I didn't have to gun super hard at 14s. I could hit them if I needed them to. But yeah, just kind of did my job, hit a few 12s, and came away right where I needed to be.
Well, nice. Congratulations, Kyle Douglas, the champion. Outstanding shooting.
Thanks.
All right, so a lot of fun at the end of that one. And now we have more action coming at you. It's the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour. The third round of the season is the Easton Hoyt Pro-Am. It started at Camp Minden. Now we're in Bossier City Civic Center for the Pro Pressure Point Shootdown. And we got more archery coming at you after the breaks.
In a very short amount of time, Tac Vanes has really dominated the tournament world as far as 3D goes and excelled in hunting. We've made the quietest, most stiff, accurate vane in the industry. We're very proud of what we've done. We make all kinds of different sizes, profiles for any application. And if you want to check those out, go to tacvanes.com.
Bow hunter Vinny LaSelva explains why he shops at LancasterArchery.com.
I'm a patient man in the woods, but when it comes to shopping online, not so much. That's why I choose Lancaster Archery Supply. They make it easy to order all my archery gear, with thousands of the newest and finest products right at your fingertips, ready to ship to your front door.
Here's your order, Vinny.
Or tree stand. Hey, depending on where you're hanging out, you might even get it before you get home.
For all your archery needs, shop LancasterArchery.com.
One chance, one moment, one shot.
Good shot for Carl.
Oh,
what a shot.
He got it. Unbelievable.
So Kyle needs an 8 to win.
8 to win. Oh, he went right at it.
10 or 10, done.
This guy is unreal.
That's it. And he got it. Never play it safe, Gillingham.
This baby's bad.
All right, as targets are being reset on the range, this gives us an opportunity to check out something recorded earlier. It's P.J. Riley in the studio.
Okay, at the Black Eagle Darton Pro-Am in Russell County, Alabama last month, we saw a lot of familiar names in the winner's circle after the Pro Pressure Point Shootdowns. Kyle Douglas, known pro. Chance Bobuff, Open Pro. Sharon Wallace, Women's Pro. Randy Morocco, Senior Known Pro. But we also saw 2 archers win their first ever pro titles at the ASA. In the Women's Known Pro, we had Cassidy Cox. Senior Pro, Richard Owens. Both of them, first win ever at the pro level. So after the tournament, we sat down with both of them just to talk to them about that experience. So first up, we talked to Cassidy Cox from New Mexico. She's in her 4th year competing in the ASA. Cassidy Cox has a well-established name on the USA archery circuit, but here in the ASA, you know, Women's Known Pro has only been around for 2 years. This is her 2nd year in it, her 4th year competing in ASA. We asked Cassidy what it was like getting that first win. And then what's that like then going into the shoot down as the leader? You've been in shoot downs before, but you go into this one as the leader. Does that put extra pressure on you? How did you feel about that?
Yeah, it definitely put extra pressure on me. I mean, every other time I've gone into a shoot down, I went in like 4th or 5th, you know, so I was just like gunning for 12s and 14s to try to catch up. But this time I was like, well, I don't know what to do. I've never been in this situation before. So I was kind of asking some people, you know, like, what do you do in this situation? And they're like, oh, well, you know, just shoot the way you did out on the course, like shoot for 12s when you can, and, you know, play it safe when you have to and stuff like that. So yeah, I did the best to just shoot like I did on the course.
Right.
When we were standing back there waiting for the 6th arrow, I was kind of panicking, and I kept asking Darren, like, what do I need to do? Do I need to shoot a 14? What do I do? And he's like, no, you're just going to sit back here and watch and see what everyone else does, and then we'll decide. And then whenever like Morgan stepped up, I was like, I need a 12, don't I? I need to shoot a 12. And he's like, well, you don't know yet. She has to shoot her arrow. So he was doing a good job of keeping me calm, but I wasn't keeping my cool very well.
Talk us through, what was that last arrow like? So you just had to hit a 10, you know, not necessarily the most difficult thing out there, but you had to hit it. What was that last arrow like?
Well, so before I shot the last arrow, I had it in my head that I had to hit a 12 to win. So I was like fully preparing myself to go up there and hit the 12, you know, and I was all ready for that. And then whenever the announcer said that I needed a 10 to win, and so then Darren was holding my umbrella and he told me, just aim center 10 and you'll be good. And I was like, oh, center 10, I can do that. That's easy. Like I did that a bunch of times this weekend, you know? So it was a little bit of a relief when I found out I just had to hit a 10.
So now that you get like your first ASA win, is that like, do you see that as a mountain you've climbed, or is it now like, okay, I want another one?
Yeah, I feel like I want another one, and I want to keep doing good at these and keep making the podium and hopefully a few more wins too.
And going back to the future for archery, yeah, what do you see? Where do you see this going, or what would you like to accomplish? What are some goals out there that you have yet to achieve?
The way I see this going, I want to shoot ASAs. Like I want to make that my game that I shoot like all the time. I am not sure how much longer I'm going to keep shooting USATs because I want to focus on this more. And with my job and everything now, I don't know that I have time to do both.
Gotcha.
So I want to make ASAs my full-time thing, but I'm still planning on doing some of the USATs this year.
So next up, Richard Owens, Senior Pro. Richard Owens has a great story, I think, because he is the epitome of what we like to see in ASA archery growth. Richard started 20 years ago competing in the ASA in Open C, which at that time would have been the most basic level of the unknown distance classes. Open C, he worked his way up through the divisions to eventually get to Senior Pro, finally got his first win. He never won at any level in the ASA until he got that first win at Russell County, Alabama.
And on the last target, I was waiting on the win, and Jeff went ahead and shot, and Joe, and I was going to try to shoot the 12 on it because I thought I needed it. And Joe told me, he's like, Jeff shot at 8. He said, shoot me a center 10. So I just pulled it in the center 10 and fired it. And I still had in my mind when we went to the last target that I was going to need a 10 or maybe even a 12 because I wasn't keeping up with the scores, and I thought Jeff was close.
Right.
And then after, Digger got the worst of it. I felt sorry for Digger. I mean, he got the absolute worst of the win. And then Jeff shot I knew he was going for 14.
Yep.
When he missed it, I'm like, okay, that's some breathing room. But I still thought, okay, I still got to shoot a 10. And when Mike said, all you need is 2 points, that's when it sunk in. I mean, the blood went out of my whole body when he's like, you need 2 points. And I was like, then I knew, I thought I can win this thing right here.
Just got to hit the target.
I kept waiting all weekend, every day for the shoe to fall, and I shoot a 5 or something. I was waiting on that, that final thing. And when he said 2 points, I actually looked at him. He said it twice because I'm like, I couldn't believe he said 2 points.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, I won this thing. And then the nerves sort of started kicking in. And when I got to full draw, the first thing went through my mind was, don't punch his trigger and don't blank his target. I mean, you got this one. And so I had to settle down just a little bit, and I held out the 10 because of the win. And I mean, I was shooting for that black dot in the center of it.
Yeah.
I almost hit it. So.
Oh man.
And I could have just hit the ground, and I mean, all the pressure and stuff just after it was over, I couldn't. I mean, it was just like I was exhausted. I couldn't believe it.
Well, it was cool because, a lot of times we don't see much reaction from archers, but we got a reaction from you. You gave the fist bump.
Yeah. I could have ran all over that place. I was excited. I always dreamed about winning one, but I'm a realist, and I always thought I'll never do it.
Yeah.
I just didn't think I could ever get it done because of, we got Tony in there and Jeff and Tim Gillingham was in there, and he's always right up there.
Yeah.
So I was always thinking I was shooting for 3rd to 5th place. That's a good weekend for me.
For you now, getting that taste of that first win, does that light a fire for you? Like, oh man, I want to do this again. Or is it more like I got over the hump? That's what I needed to do.
A little bit of both. Because I really didn't think I was ever going to do it. I just didn't think in my mind I was ever going to do it. But now that I've done it, it gave me some confidence that I don't have to basically shoot scared anymore because I've done it. I've won one. Right. If I need to take some chances, I'm going to go for it. My goal is to make the top 5 every tournament, make the shoot down every tournament's number 1 goal.
Yeah.
But just making the shoot down ain't, it's not the goal, the ultimate goal. Now I want to win again.
Yeah.
So I think I'll even shoot harder in the shoot downs to where give myself a chance to go for some stuff. Where before I would shoot just don't lose any money, stay in your position, kind of deal. But now I think I'll take some chances.
All right, great hearing from Cassidy and Richard, first-time winners in the ASA. Might we have some first-time winners this weekend? We'll find out. But for now, let's head back out into the woods with Women's Pro.
targets look really weird this morning. Not a lot of lights, pretty dark out. So it's just interesting trying to get dialed in on numbers this morning. And then of course we shoot indoor facility here for the shoot down. So then you have to go in and get adjusted to really looking at the targets, and because you're on concrete, and obviously we don't shoot on concrete out here. So that's a big adjustment to make.
Good job.
Women's Pro category, and here's how they scored coming off the field. And it's Pettifer at a 4:02, Sharon Wallace, Cara Kelly, McGladdery, and Smith, all within striking distance. Steve Anderson, and boy, from what I understand, these new ranges that were cut here, they added a lot of challenges to it, a lot of rolling hills.
Yeah, we would call par for the course a 400. A lot of times you'll see the women's class shooting more in the teens, you know, getting up there with the leader. So, yeah, only two that were a little better than par. Sharon Wallace at even 400, and Kaylee Pettifer +2 with a 402. So it could be anyone's game as we come in here indoors and eliminate the elements and change the lighting, and we'll see who can make a run at it.
This is our third round of the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am season. Let's take a look back at what happened during round 2.
Sharon is a 12.
And our #1 qualifier, Sharon Wallace. The Women's Pro Shootdown essentially was over before it even started. Sharon Wallace was the only competitor in the class on the plus side of even.
This is a legendary performance that she was able to put on.
And her incredible 20-up qualifying score gave her a 20-point lead before the first shoot-down arrow was fired.
Secures victory.
She cruised to her first win of 2024.
I don't know. I went out there today and I just had no nerves and I just felt really calm. And within the first 3 targets, I hit 3 12s out of 4, and I hit a lot of uppers. I played a lot of uppers this weekend. I ended up not going to indoor nationals and just really focused on shooting for this tournament, and it paid off.
But now we're back here at Bossier City Civic Center in Bossier City, Louisiana for the Pro Pressure Point Shootdown. And we're ready to go, so let's get to PJ.
All right, our next division for this evening is the Women's Pro Division. Our 5th place qualifier with a score of 390 from Red House, West Virginia, shooting for Matthews, Lainey Smith. And our 4th place qualifier with a score of 393 from Marsden, Saskatchewan, shooting for Hoyt, Aaron McGladdery. She made. We have it? There we go. All right, she brought down the house. Good for you, Aaron. All right, our 3rd place qualifier with a score of 398 from Lapeer, Michigan, shooting for Matthews, Cara Kelly. And our 2nd place qualifier with a score of 400 from Townville, South Carolina, shooting for PSE, Sharon Wallace. And our #1 qualifier with a score of 402 from Dublin, Georgia, shooting for Matthews, Kaylee Pettifer.
Okay, so here we go. We during the break, they reset the targets. So now for Steve Anderson and I, we don't know the distances that they're going to be shooting here. I mean, we can take a look down the range and we can kind of give you an idea of what's the furthest one. But of course, target number one is going to be the Stan Hyena. The Elevation Impala will be our second target. The Shibuya Javelina is our middle target. Gold Tip Mule Deer and the Bowdoodle Grazing Doe. And this is, what do you think, Steve? It's quite a bit of a change.
Yeah, it is. So second target and the third target, the the Impala and the Javelina, those are the two furthest ones now. That Mule Deer, which was the longest poke at 48 yards, has moved in quite a bit. It's a good 14 opportunity. And then our Grazing Doe has flipped around and is our second shortest target. We've got a bunch of umbrellas out for reasons I'm unsure of, but so I guess this is lighting.
It is lighting. It has to do with actually the screen that's offset to the right. Is that for some people, when they show certain shots, it's been causing some reflections.
Yeah, it didn't seem to be a problem for Kyle Douglas.
No.
But yeah, they're throwing the umbrellas out, and they're still missing left, which has been common. That was what we saw early on.
All right, so we'll go to Pettifer, who's on the Stan Hyena.
Looked like she did not call upper, so that's going to score a. Okay.
Perhaps she moved the cone back?
I don't know.
So then we move to the Elevation Impala. Sharon Wallace with a 10. We're going to Cara Kelly in the Shibuya Javelina. I think that's some information, Steve, coming from some of the other lines about the big screen that we have here for the crowd offset to the right. And so it's probably more just in case-ish.
You could see it actually off of some of the shots on shooters, the tight camera shots. You could see the light bouncing off the riser, off the paint. You could see it on the cable guard bar. I did notice that. If you go back through and look at some of those, you'll see it. But yeah, they fight this a little bit with spectators. You're always on the line of, is this a spectator sport or a competitor sport? And a lot of people are there's gonna be a lot of comments about banishing umbrellas in the shoot down. Certainly banishing umbrellas in indoor use. Isn't there a thing about bad luck if you open an umbrella indoors, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Something about that.
100%.
Yeah. So.
For Lady Smith, that was a bit of a surprise shot. Her first ASA shoot-off. 2022 Rookie of the Year. Third year as a pro for Smith, who rotates now from the fifth target, the Bowdoodle Grazing Doe, will walk all the way around to our first position target, the Stan Hyena.
I did notice that Kaylee Pettifer's cone was outside, so we were questioning on that one, but yeah, she had it moved out away, calling for upper 12, got the upper 12, and heading into round 2 here, she's carrying a 4-point lead over Sharon Wallace. Sharon's got 2 points on Cara Kelly. Cara's sitting 5 points ahead of Erin McGladdery, and then Laney's 8 points back of her.
Pettifer is on that Elevation Impala, which looks to us probably the second furthest target we have downrange.
I believe so. Yeah, I think the Javelina is our class leader. That's a tough one to be shooting at that 50-ish yard number that it's probably sitting at.
Sharon Wallace looked like she was in with a 10 on that Shibuya Javelina.
Laney looks decently stable there. She hit an upper 12, but she did not call upper, so she's probably about 2 yards hot on the distance that she judged it for.
All right, first up, Laney. 10 for Laney.
Good shooting for Laney Smith. And a 10. So Kaylee Pettifer, your leader coming in. And already in with 7 bonus rings. Sharon Wallace came in to this pro pressure point shoot down with the most bonus rings of 7. even though it came in at an even par 400 for Wallace. Now we move over to the Shibuya Javelina. And that, to me, being as far as that one is and having to judge in this very interesting environment with nothing really to judge off of, that's a really solid shot.
Yeah, these first few targets are going to be key. Usually they do get a period of time where they get to come judge this and they take some notes. They will adjust the rest of their targets after, you know, based on how they shot these first couple. If they can get good feedback on what their shot was, they can get a good idea of how accurate their initial judgment was, and then they can adjust from there on the rest of the targets.
So the reaction from Cara Kelly, where that arrow was just outside that lower 12 ring.
Yeah, and there's a little intersection there that they've determined scores a 12 if you can catch it. She was hoping she was getting over into that, but was not there. Scored a 10. Basically, those 12 rings they're rings, but they have kind of a parallel section at the end of them. So we'd have to highlight it on a computer graphic or something like that to really show how that 12 ring scores. Maybe we can do that in a
future episode.
Yeah, it might be something to build on right there.
There you go. Erin McGlattery, glass and down range. She won Metropolis last year, did McGlattery. 6 years as a pro.
Super important to know that she is from Canada.
And that's important. Why, Steve?
Well, they let her across the border, and yeah, she spends a lot of time here shooting archery. But
very talented shooter too.
Yep. She's from, I think it's Medicine Hat, Saskatchewan there.
Saskatchewan.
Marsden. I was way off.
Yeah, Marsden.
It's near Saskatoon, though.
Uncle Steve is not from Marsden.
No, my friend Uncle Steve, who has a Russian boar in the backyard, is from Ohio.
If that was called lower, that's a 12. From
Pettiford. Get on pace here.
On that poke.
There's Cara Kelly. She's won about 1,000 of these events. Yep. She went after. She's just right again. So she missed that last one just right, and this one's going to be just right. But yeah, Cara Kelly looking to make a move on Sharon, who we're seeing at full draw here.
19 seconds left on the shot clock.
Yep, Sharon solid 10.
All right, let's see how this one plays out. To the stand, Hyena. We go, and this is Erin McGlattery. And that is just an unreal 14.
Very nice shot from Erin. That's a tough one to go at.
Quite possibly, too, that Hyena is, I would say, the third furthest away.
It is. And Erin right there is looking ahead, right? So we've got 5 targets they shoot out here, plus a 6th bonus target if you're within 10 points of the leader. Right there, she came into this round 3, 11 points back of our leader. So she's trying to make a move up, get herself well inside that 10 points so that she can gun after a 6th target and try to get herself a shot at this podium here. Kaylee with a lower 12, but she called upper, so she's going to get a 10 there. So the important thing, you'll notice the shooters have cones in front of them if we get a wide pan shot of them. But the shooters have cones. If they keep it behind the sign on their target number, it indicates they're going to shoot at a lower 12. If they move it outside where it's visible to the downrange scorers, that indicates they're shooting for the upper 12. So Kaylee called for upper 12, hit the lower 12. She only gets 10 points for that.
And Wallace well inside that 10 ring. Now we go to Cara Kelly.
Important note about Sharon Wallace is that she's from Townville, South Carolina. I really like that. When they named that, they're like, what are we going to call this town or village? I don't know. How about Town Village?
That's a good point. All right, so after 3 arrows in our 5 competitors, we've seen only 2 bonus rings to this point. I say only 2. It's judging this distance and having this very
is
bright.
Challenging.
Yeah,
very
it
challenging.
is very, very challenging.
Yeah. 10s are good. 10s are
yep.
good here. I mean, we look at the scores coming in. Only 2 of them were above even, which is 400. It means they average 10 points. that being Kaylee and Sharon. So, you know, we watched Sharon last week shoot a 20-up day. You know,
yeah,
it's unbelievable. I say last week. I mean the last event, round 2 there at Fort Moore. But yeah, Sharon now trying to make a move on Kaylee, sitting 4 points back. Cara 2-pack of Sharon, and then Aaron made a good, Sharon. Aaron made a good run there to try to put some pressure on Cara and stay within 10 points of Kaylee.
Cara Kelly, the first up. That was, we're looking at the stand hyena. That'll be a 10. So 4 10s in a row for Cara Kelly. Then we go Erin McGladdery, who just shot a 14. She's gone 10 10 14 for the Canadian.
It's a really good start for Erin from Saskatchewan. There's a good upper 12 too. Really good shoot off going for Erin here.
So 2 bonus rings worth 6 extra points so far for McGladdery.
That's a 5 in the leg. Oh, that was Lainey Smith. She's still having a good time, letting Mike know.
Yep.
Yep, she's out here in her first shoot off, getting a lot of really valuable experience for the ones that she's sure to make here in the future too.
For Lainey Smith, her dad Ken and her mom Bonnie in attendance as well. I'm sure they're smiling huge.
I noticed she lists them as additional sponsors, mom and dad. Yeah, a lot of us had that sponsorship coming through. I don't know where I would be without the old sponsorship from mom and dad. Anderson
12.
Custom Application.
Hashtag.
Yeah.
All right, so we're into the 5th and final arrow of regulation in the Pro Pressure Point Shoot Down Women's Pro category, the unknown distance. So no rangefinders. These shooters have got to figure out the distance, have confidence in that mark. Oftentimes we hear people that shoot unknown, Steve, will be like, all right, I think it's X, and then I'm going to add 2 yards.
Yeah, they do some of that for different targets and how they tend to trend on those targets. So now we're moving into that 5th and final-ish arrow, and we've got Kaylee 444. Sharon Wallace 2 points back of her. Erin McGladdery trailing Sharon by 3. Cara Kelly 1 point back of Erin. And Lainey Smith having a good time. Going to give it one more go. And this arrow is going to be real pivotal, as every arrow is, but you know, jockeying for position as we go into that last chance archery, last chance arrow that we're going to get for everyone who stays within 10 points of our leader. There we go.
Oh,
looks like she got that 14.
Dude, that would be a crowd favorite if she actually got that one.
I think she got it. That's the one to shoot at. I could be wrong, but we'll get a better look at it here from our scorers.
Stan Hyena and Sharon Wallace.
Sharon shot at the lower, so she's going to get a 10. Yep.
Still 4 10s and a 12 for Wallace.
Yep, so she's going to be at 452.
Then we'll move to the elevation Impala. That's going to be Cara Kelly.
Cara's got that lower 12. She's been right on all of them. That one, she just got a piece of it.
Sure did.
So Cara's going to move to 450. That's a really clutch 12 for her. Good shot by Cara. A couple of clicks to the sight might help. Erin McGladdery shoots one wide for an 8.
Oh, after all that work done with a 14 and a 12 and moved herself into 3rd place. So yeah, that shot from Cara Kelly.
That was huge.
That 4 points difference should put her 3 points ahead for 3rd place.
She's got a 450 and Erin sits at 447.
Oh, come on.
Oh, this is Lainey Smith's arrow for a 14. It's a really nondescript 14 ring right there. It's hard to see. I don't think it's going to get it, but it's a really great effort at it.
Yeah.
And it's good to go out and shoot at one in your debut there.
All right, so the score is in, and it is an 8. Just a bit outside, but what a performance for Lainey Smith in her first shoot down, and the crowd loves it too. What a smile. Hopefully we'll see Laney Smith back here many more times. Kaylee Pettifer with a 10. All right, so this is what we're faced with, Steve, as we update the scores here in a moment. Anybody, as you mentioned, within 10 points is going to get a chance to shoot the last chance archery last chance arrow.
It's a lot of last chances coming at you.
Yeah, it's my fault, but that's a long story.
There's the updated scores. So Aaron's going to be our first shooter. They're going to get a couple of minutes here to judge this incredible Russian boar that we're naming the Uncle Steve boar.
Yeah.
We'll see where they put it here. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a poke. Yep, it's going in the back corner. And let's see where they stick the archers here. So Aaron's going to be our first shooter. She's going to have to shoot at 14.
Yeah, I mean, that's really her only option if she's trying to put it on the podium.
She's going to have to shoot at a 14 to try to get that edge on Cara. And then, you know, we'll see what happens from there. But if she can put one in, that'll put her at 461. And that gives her a chance at, you know, maybe even second place if the others don't come through.
Would you ever have a favorite arrow? Like a shoot-off arrow that you had?
No, I try not to be superstitious about that. I mean, you know, I've primarily shot target archery where you're pulling 6 arrows at a whack. And, you know, yeah, you're going to cull some ones that you're not real confident in, but I'm going to have a rack of first-teamers that I can pull from. I'm not going to look at it and read a number or anything like that. I'm just going to pull the arrow out and shoot it. But, yeah, the key component there is having good arrows, so.
All right. Now that was our official doing the range finding, because we do have a maximum distance limit of 50 plus or plus 3%. So I guess really you'd say 41 and a half?
51 and a half,
yeah. Sorry, 51 and a half,
51
yeah, 51 and a half. So I want to make sure it's within that distance. And now Scott knows it.
We got the target that's been given.
No one else does.
But you're going to shoot it anyway. All right, we'll start your 1 minute now.
Interesting here is I'm watching them judge this target. And if you look, Kaylee's about a quarter yard in front of Sharon. You know, they're all at a little bit different spot. So when they shot this, they're in those boxes that you see on screen behind the target, behind the shooter. So you could move a yard forward or backward just in that box almost. So it's real key that you're trying to keep some consistency when you go from this initial judgment standpoint to going behind the cone. You know, try not to move forward a foot and a half and change it by a half yard. These girls are good enough to judge to a half yard too, so they will call that. See, now Cara's position where she's judging from right now is about a half yard difference than what she was judging first go around.
The other thing too is as you look on screen, you can clearly see the scoring rings. That's not necessarily the case from when you're actually standing as many yards back as they are.
Yep.
I mean, they have younger eyes than I do, but the clock just went off. So that should be the end of judging.
Yep, I'm going to guess this target's in the mid-40s, above 45. I don't want to say that too loud, but I'm not the one that they would want to take advice from anyways.
Yeah, especially from the position we're sitting in, which is off to the side.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this going, all right, it's enough of a poke that what I'm getting at is, as you mentioned, you can't really see those rings. And that target from where you and I are sitting, and we are closer than the archers, that target is somewhere between a bulldog and domestic farm pig. So you can't really tell what it is in this lighting. There's definitely not a chance to pick out scoring rings.
I can see like the definition of the back leg, and
yeah,
that's about it.
You can see a tusk.
14 from Glattery.
See what she can get here. She lets down. Yeah, she was waving it around a little bit. It's a good letdown. Start over. Got plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, 60-second shot clock. She still has 35 to go.
Yeah, these shooters are going to take about 12 to 13 seconds to execute an average shot. So you got plenty of time.
Last chance archery, last chance arrow, Russian boar, and she went for it.
She had the distance, she just went wide.
Yeah, what a judging distance. That was outstanding. Just a bit to the right. She had to go for it.
Yeah, she had to go for it, so she's going to finish in all likelihood in 4th place. Really good shoot down effort by Erin. Just a couple of targets got away from her.
And, you know, she came off the 40-euro qualifier, Steve, with 5 bonus rings and was able to get 2 here in the finals.
Yeah.
And that's percentage-wise impressive.
Yeah, and she got some clutch ones, that big 14 there. On a very difficult hyena. So Cara is now looking at, she doesn't have to worry about what Erin did, right? So now she's moving in and going, okay, I'm going to be on the attack mode against Sharon. If Cara aims at a 14 and shoots a 5, she still beats Erin. She still takes 3rd place. Great position to be in. I think she's going to gun for a 14. If she can get a 14 and Kaylee shoots a 10, they're tied for the lead.
Right, because if she even hits foam that she equals Erin McGlattery, then she gets 3rd by 3 points.
Yep. She lets down as well. 40 seconds on the clock. Again, plenty of time. I would actually take a little bit more of a breather right here. One of the things I like to do is actually set the bow on the ground, get the weight of the bow off my hands, let my shoulders relax a little bit, and then restart my shot process. Gets a little bit of that lactic acid buildup out. Here goes Cara, gunning for a 14. She shot at a 12.
Wow.
Huh. So she went for a 12, shot a 10. It's an interesting play. Okay, so she's going to be at
60.
460. Maybe her play here was more aimed at jumping into 2nd place. You know, if Sharon was thinking about shooting a 14.
Because the way Pettifer's been shooting, you have to kind of say, okay, even at this distance, center mass 10 is probably.
Yeah, she's probably going to be able to get a 10. Yeah, looked like Cara had the distance. Well, I didn't see if she called upper or lower.
Sharon has called upper.
Sharon's called upper. She's going to aim at an upper 12, I do believe.
Yeah.
Again, the target we're shooting at is a Russian boar, not on screen right now.
Yeah, it's just behind that upper left graphic.
Yep, and it's a good bit of a poke further than that mule deer you could see. Probably in the mid 40s for range, maybe about maybe mid to low. Here goes Sharon, big winner last time at round 2.
Went for the upper 12.
I think she's
just
off of it.
Drifted just right.
Good distance. Got a 10. Moves her to 462. This means Kaylee's. I don't have a bonus ring count, but
yeah, I do. So basically, Pettifer came in with 6 bonus rings. Sharon Wallace with 7, and they each shot 1.
So Kaylee needs a 10 here.
You are 8 points behind.
Yeah, she needs a 10. An 8 would tie, and Sharon would win on bonus rings.
Yep. For those unaware, first tiebreaker is a total bonus rings. Sharon has 1 more bonus ring than Kaylee, so Kaylee needs to beat her on outright score. She needs a 10 to win.
Kaylee, are you ready? All right, we'll start your 1 minute now.
The way I shoot, I would definitely call upper, just because generally, you know, if it drifts down,
sure.
If you hit it, you hit it, but you're looking for center mass 10.
And that is an 8 for sure. Sharon Wallace is your winner. She knows it too. She knows it. Jack Wallace is in the back. He's ready to high five.
Your champion, Sharon Wallace.
So Sharon Wallace ends up your champion on 1 single bonus ring and tied score. And at that distance and unknown, that 10 was definitely not a given. If anybody could hit it, it would be Pettifer, but unfortunately just a little high. And Sharon Wallace, coming off of the qualification ranges, ends up landing here 2 points back, but 1 extra bonus ring. And when she looks at her 4th arrow that she was able to shoot here in the Pro Pressure Point Shootdown, it was that 1 bonus ring that allowed her to win outright and not have to go into a single arrow closest to the center shoot-off.
Back-to-back wins.
Well, Sharon.
Hi.
Hi. I know you're full of emotions right now, but try to sum it up for us. How are you feeling?
You know, you shoot against these girls and you love them to death and you always want to see everyone shoot really well. So it was very hard not to cry to see that happen when you're also happy to win, but when you see a good friend shoot great all weekend and then something like that. I've had that happen to me before and it's just gut-wrenching. But I really am a loss for words right now. I really am.
But it was great shooting. You had 7 bonus rings on the field, and then you came in here and were able to hit your 4th arrow with another bonus ring, and that 1 bonus ring got you the win. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, another one for Sharon Wallace as she enjoys the day and figures out the emotions on this one. That'll do it for the Women's Pro category. Wow, what a finals we saw. Kaylee Pettifer, we thought she had the clutch. Sharon Wallace ends up with the big win. We have one more coming at you. The Open Pro category, the biggest names in the sport on the other side of this commercial break.
The X-10 is the most successful arrow in competitive archery history, accounting for far more medals than any other individual piece of sporting equipment in Olympic history. Easton introduces the latest innovation of the X-10 lineup, the 4mm Parallel Pro. Parallel Pro offers legendary X-10 precision for all forms of archery. Elevate your precision. Your journey to the podium begins with Easton X-10.
Page 2023 ASA Classic Champ, Cara Kelly. 2023 ASA Classic Champ, Keith. 2023 ASA Classic Champ, Dan McCarthy. 2023 ASA Classic Champ.
This baby's bad.
For more info on the complete 2024 Elite lineup, visit EliteArchery.com.
I have to shoot the best or there's just no point in doing it. I'm blown away at just how easy each arrow tunes right out of the box. Ultra Arrows, the pinnacle of precision and performance.
Ryan Jeffries, Mr. Ryan Reed, Chris Hacker, Alan Connor, Benny Barger, and your #1 qualifier from Voorheesville, New York, Jacob Sluzard.
I thought I could hang with these guys, and I wanted to prove that, but winning after 5 tournaments it's just a lot.
Sub 4 pounds, 8 feet per second faster. Our goal wasn't just light and fast. It was how light and how fast. Yeah, buddy.
The X10 is the most successful arrow in competitive archery history, accounting for far more medals than any other individual piece of sporting equipment in Olympic history. Easton introduces the latest innovation of the X10 lineup, the 4mm Parallel Pro. Parallel Pro offers legendary X10 precision for all forms of archery. Elevate your precision. Your journey to the podium begins with Easton X10.
What a shot.
Got it.
Unbelievable. So Kyle needs an 8 to win. 8 to win.
Oh, he went right at it.
Entered in. Done. This guy is unreal.
That's it. And he got it. Never played safe killing that.
Tell us, Wayne, what's the weather supposed to be like tomorrow?
Nice and sunny, about probably 75 degrees, no wind.
No rain?
No rain.
Awesome. No rain.
It's early spring, so everything's starting to green up really well. And we're talking about basically the transition from this into indoor, where we shoot our shoot-off sometimes across concrete. It's very difficult to transition.
Open Pro category after 2 days of qualification has Dan McCarthy 30 up, Hacker back at 24, Levi Morgan 23, Bobeff 22, and Jones at 20. So all within 10 of the leader, and this should be a lot of fun, as it was the last time. This is our third round here at the Easton Hoyt Pro-Am, but let's take a look at our round number 2 of the 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour.
There's 6 points from first to fifth. It's really a race to be had yet. We'll see who's going to win this thing.
The Open Pro Shootdown looked like it was going to be a foot race between Jacob Marlowe and Dan McCarthy, who were tied in the lead at 20 up to start.
This feels like a bonus ring to me.
12.
Chance Bobeuf was 2 points behind them, and after an 8 with his first shot, dropped to 4 points back.
426 for Chance now.
Chance took a big chance with his third shot, however, and clipped a 14 to launch himself into a 3-way tie for first.
He went for the 14. I think he might have got
He
it.
followed that shot with a 12, which was only matched by McCarthy.
12.
The two remained tied ahead of the 6th arrow, although Bobeuf led on bonus rings.
10.
A 10 by McCarthy meant Bobeuf only needed to match him, which he did, to take his first title of 2024.
It's I had a really good weekend. Everything just kind of came together. Got some lucky breaks and was able to endure the weather. It's kind of surreal at the moment.
And for Chance, he is back in it. So that means it's time for PJ to get our shooters ready for the game.
All right, our last division of the night, Open Pro. Our 5th place qualifier with a score of 420 from Smithville, Mississippi, shooting for elite, Braden Jones. Our 4th place qualifier with a score of 422 from Mount Juliet, Tennessee, shooting for Darton, Chance Bobeuf. And our number 3 qualifier with a score of 423 from Uniontown, Pennsylvania, shooting for Matthews, Levi Morgan. Our number 2 qualifier with a score of 424 from Van Buren, Arkansas, shooting for Hoyt, Chris Hacker. And our number 1 qualifier with a score of 430 from Wazeeka, Wisconsin, shooting for Matthews, Dan McCarthy.
All right, so taking a look at the scores and how they came off the range, Dan McCarthy leads the way with the 430, and he had 15 bonus rings. Third place, Levi Morgan, has 423, but also with 15 bonus rings, as is Chance Bobeth. Hacker, who's got a 24 in second, 13 bonus rings, and Braden Jones. So Steve Anderson, only 2 bonus rings difference between our number 1 coming off the qualifying range and our number 5s. So this is quite a close race.
Yeah, we got a lot of people. Someone can get hot here early. They got a chance at win. Even Braden here from the 5th spot.
Chance Bobeth.
And again, we got a couple targets that are a little closer placed. Another one has shot at a 14 ring yet. Thought Braden might go for it here, but he did not.
And of course, that first scout arrow, just to see how well your numbers are. And Dan, you heard Danny McCarthy earlier talk about how difficult it is to come indoors and judge off of this polished concrete in this bright light. But for the Stan Hyena, in with a nice safe 10, it's going to give him a good idea of where his numbers are in judging. Then we're going to move over to Hacker on the Elevation Impala.
Next up, Chris Hacker.
Also a 10. Then we go to the Shibuya Javelina, Levi Morgan. And here's a look at Levi's shot. Always with a very strong shot is Levi Morgan. Catches a 10 on that one. Then to Chance. Chance was shooting at the gold tip Mule Deer. The Mule Deer definitely the closest target that we have for this reset range in Open Pro.
Man, it looks like he's got that. Yep,
got it.
He did. We mentioned this earlier in the broadcast. The arrow just has to touch that scoring ring. Does not have to break through it, just has to touch it.
And Braden Jones.
Braden, I think, is the only one who called it an upper 12, and he's got it if he did call it. Yep, he did, and he got it.
And for Jones, third place here last year in 2022 Open Pro Rookie of the Year. For Jones' 3rd year shooting pro. Here's a good look at the elite shooter.
Everybody's going in 10 points. You got 14 rings, you got 12 rings. There's going to be a lot of movement in this one.
All right, so the archers now rotate over. So Jones is going to work his way all the way over to our first targeted position, which is the Stan Hyena. That means Levi Morgan going to the Bow Doodle Grazing Doe.
And we've got updated scores. 2 points separate 2nd and 5th, so we still got a really competitive race here. Dan McCarthy with a little bit of a cushion out front in 1st place, but that can evaporate quickly, as we've seen in other shoot downs. Hacker on screen there shooting that Javelina. Looks like he hit it a bit left. Might still have a 10. Should have a 10. Has a 10. Yeah, we've got McCarthy who's looking at the Javelina less shy now than it was earlier. And he's got a 10 as well. He might even have a 12.
All right, first up.
Yeah, of the 4 we can see, no one called an upper that we saw.
Braden did. Braden Jones, the only upper call out there.
Okay.
And he's got a 10.
So we moved to Dan McCarthy.
This is the one that I thought was close. See if we can get a little better look at it on the screen here. Nope, I wasn't close. Okay, so that's a solid 10 for Dan, but not what I thought it was in that initial view.
Chris Hacker currently tied with Chance Bobeth at 434, but trailing bonus range is 10.
Yeah, so Hacker tied on points. He goes 10 with Bobeth, but Bobeth really with one extra bonus ring.
And find out who wants to make the first run at a 14 ring. They might find out.
To the gold tip mule deer we go with Chance Bobeth. 5 arrows in regulation. Any shooter within 10 points of the leader gets a 6th arrow.
Chance got it.
Come on.
Oh, sorry, Levi.
Levi, sorry, yeah, that was Levi.
3 points away from Dan McCarthy and 1 bonus ring more. He's at 16, Dan's at 15. And for Chance Bobeth.
So Chance goes high.
Yep, he's going to have an 8 up there in the core line.
That's a rough one, especially after you grab that 12 shot before. So that kind of, the 12 and the 8 cancel each other out for those 10s, but Levi now gains 4 points.
Yeah, that was huge. Huge. Everyone else basically stayed the same or went backwards, so big move for Levi there. He's going to creep up on Dan. Going to get another shot at a shorter target here for Levi as well. So he's going to have this feeding doe, grazing doe, and he just had a, you know, he's pegged the last, he had that last distance pegged, so he's got to have a good idea what this next one is too. I assume Levi might go for it. I assume he will.
We've seen him come from 5th place last year all the way up to 1st, Levi Morgan. That Hacker going for
Hacker looks like he got it. You got to make hay while you can. You don't get these short targets the rest of the way, so you got to get after him while you got an opportunity. Levi went for it. I think he's got it.
Looks like another CBE 14 drilled. Boy, this is one of the more aggressive pro pressure point shoot down I've seen from the Open Pro class in quite a while. So now we wait, go to the stand hyena. And that's going to be Chance. So he comes in with a 10. Good look at Chance's shot there. That hyena's pretty far down range. Elevation Impala. That's going to be Braden Jones.
There's a 10, Braden Jones. So right now Braden has 15 bonus rings.
Next will be Dan on the javelina. And that javelina can be a tough one to look at from that far away. Solid 10. I think on that one, when it's that far away, you can't really pick out a little spot like you often can when it's closer. When it's closer, you can pick one of those tick marks, aim at it. But when it gets that far away, it becomes a bit of a blur. Good look at Chris Hacker. Hacker's shot was at the mule deer and a 14, and it looked like he had it. Yes, he does.
Oh, yeah.
That's a very faint line, so I could see that one being tough to call, but
yeah. CBE 14 for Hacker.
And then Levi also gunning for another 14.
It's going to be your leader. He's going to lead by a point, Levi Morgan. From 4th place to lead, and of course, in terms of the target rotation, this really plays in favor, though, for I think Dan McCarthy, as he has now put the most difficult target behind him.
Dan's got his 2 shortest targets coming up next. Levi's got 2 long-ish targets, but for Dan, he's in a, I'm going to guess he goes for a 14 here, and then, you know, you'll see where he stands on the next one. He may not need to. May not be the play, but I think on this mule deer, you kind of got to go for it. Everyone else has been hitting it. Got updated scores there. Levi with the 1-point lead over Dan. Chris Hacker 3 back of the lead. And those 3 have all kind of separated themselves from Chance Bobeth and Braden Jones, who both sit at 452, 6 points back of a podium position. Chris with a quick shot. He had the grazing doe. He looks like he shot a 12 ring, and it was probably a 10. Here's Dan at full draw, lets down.
37 seconds left on the shot clock. Plenty of time.
Dan is now looking over to see what Levi shot, so he's not. he's checking out another target to see what move he needs to make.
Levi was on that stand hyena, and it looked like he was gunning for a lower 12.
Yeah, so Dan's got an 8 there. So Dan wanted to see what Levi did to know if he needed to shoot at the 14. Here's Levi's shot. I assume this is a 12 based off of Dan's reaction shooting at the 14 ring.
Yeah, that's right. Steve got it correct. Inside out 12 for Levi.
Bonus rings in the round, plus 2 14s and 12, now 473. Chance Bobet.
The chance
got an 8.
Yeah.
An 8 for Chance, just under the 14 ring.
Yeah, he's got the, what are you going to do? You know, you got to go for it.
Yeah, yeah, when he was 6 points back of third and may not have a 6th arrow in him. You know, he may not stay within 10 of the leader, so.
What you calling that one, Steve?
They called it a 10, so I'm going to as well. But
It
it did look like it was just, you know, a 32nd of an inch or so, maybe even a little bit more outside.
Solid shooting from Jones, though.
Yeah.
12, 10, 10, 10. I mean,
that's the kind of shooting you need throughout the round. Just, you know, stay. You can do that if you can pick a few targets to go grab a 12 on and, you know, end up with averaging somewhere around 12 up per round. You can be really effective in this Open Pro class.
now we get the hacker call is a 10.
Yeah, so Hacker's now looking at a second place position. He's tied with Hacker. I didn't hear the bonus ring advantage.
So for Hacker, he came in 2 behind Dan, and Hacker's got 1. So Hacker's one behind McCarthy.
So Dan's sitting second after the tie break. The results are as they appear on screen. That system is new and will at least shuffle the leaders up to the top and have it in that score range, but a tie won't always be in accordance to the bonus rings. They do have it correct here. And 5th arrow here. Looks like most are going to stay. Well, the top 3 are going to stay within 10 points of Levi, our leader, and get a 6th arrow here. Dan went for another 14. Did not get it. He's a good 1.5 yards shy on those last couple targets.
Safety play by Levi.
Yep, and Hacker waited to see what happened. He's going to shoot at a 12 ring. Got a solid 10.
This is part of the game, especially with a minute shot clock. You have a lot of time to let your strategy unfold.
Yep. Yeah, and if your opponents are going to go quick and you can watch them and know better what you want to do, you know, the fun part will be when 2 of them stare at each other, wait and get down to the last second, and someone's got to pull the trigger, you know.
Are you sure?
For Levi, next up is going to be Chance Bobeff.
He's at 460, but that one.
I think that's going to be a 12. That's got
that's
the
12 for sure.
It's got the connector, as they call it.
Okay, crowd appreciates that one. Chance is like, what else am I going to do?
That leaves him 1 point away from a final arrow. And for Braden Jones, currently at 462.
So Braden Jones has had a very solid round. 12, 10, 10, 10. How does he end up? Got a 14. That's CBE 14. Coming off the range with 14 bonus rings and grabs 2 out of 5.
7 points of Levi.
So that'll put him within 7 points of Levi. So he's definitely getting the last chance archery, last chance arrow, the 6th one.
Moves him to 476. He'll be in the final arrow. So right now, our leader is Levi Morgan at 483 and 18 bonus rings. And second is Chris Hacker at 478.
So it's Levi, Hacker. Third place right now is Braden Jones, who has consistently shot his way from being 5th place and 10 points down on the leader on the back of 2 bonus rings and 3 solid 10s.
Yeah, so they've got him right now in 4th, but he has the bonus ring advantage on Dan McCarthy. So that will shift when they get to an official score.
Okay, Mr. Parrott's gonna.
So only chance is out. As now they're going to grab the Russian boar. They're going to put it probably pretty deep would be my guess.
Just as a reminder, we're going to start the award ceremony.
And then we'll get an opportunity to judge. They're going to start a clock. I believe they have a minute to judge that one.
Yeah, it's a minute or 2 minutes thereabouts, but they're going to all line up, take their best guess at it. So they're going to use a little bit of a reference here off of what they've already shot. Use some notes there. If I'm them, I'm looking at the screen right now to see what kind of depth the screen will show, but none of them saw. And then they're going to move the shooting cones. It's a fair distance. I'd say 6-7 yards in front of the shooting box right now. So this is not a particularly long poke at this Russian boar, Uncle Steve's boar.
We all set, Scott? We'll start their 1 minute.
I found out that Uncle Steve is from Michigan.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I blew it when I said Ohio. That's like offensive to those people, I believe, right?
I'm sure Uncle Steve will get over it. So Levi Morgan on the back of 3 bonus rings, 2 14s and a 12, has extended his bonus rings to 18. And of course, that's the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Where Braden Jones, coming in here with 14, has now got 16 bonus rings. Hacker came in with 13 bonus rings, has gotten 1 14, so he's at 14 bonus rings. And Dan McCarthy has gone 10 10 10 8 8, so he hasn't increased his 15 bonus rings that he came in off the qualifying ranges with.
Yeah, Levi's been total class in this shoot-off. I mean, this is why he's the best that's ever done 3D archery, right? And
yep.
He's showing it now. He's looking good. He's looking confident. He's got a 5-point lead, and he's going to have some guys squabbling behind him, which could make his life easier, or it's going to add to the drama. We'll see. You know, in the worst-case scenario for him, Chris Hacker shoots a 14.
First up.
And then Levi needs a 10 or better to win. That's worst-case scenario.
That's right. But the good news is, because he's put himself in the #1 spot, these 3 shooters are going to shoot before him. So by the time he lines up for his arrow, he's going to have a full idea of what his strategy is going to be.
All right, my friend, we'll start your 1 minute.
And I think for Dan McCarthy, there's only one option here.
Yeah, there's a couple ways he could play this, but at this point, he's shooting for 2nd place now. He's not chasing Levi.
He's going to go for that 14.
Just wide of it.
Did he finally catch that 14 ring he's been aiming at for the last 2
So now Braden Jones is, this is a tough scenario for Braden Jones.
Yeah, do you safe play
8 again for Mr.
3rd place, get your podium?
If I'm Braden Jones, I'm aiming at a 12.
Next up,
because then you've got a chance to push Hacker.
Once the upper 12 call.
And if Braden Jones gets a 12, that's going to move him to 17 bonus rings.
Yeah, he's got more than Hacker.
Yeah, Hacker's sitting on 14. So
yeah, Braden Jones should shoot at a 12 here. That would put him at 488. Then Hacker would need a 10 to tie, but that wouldn't be enough to beat him because the tiebreaker is the bonus rings that they've shot throughout the course of the tournament. So Hacker would need a 12 to beat him.
We'll start your 1 minute now.
And then if he shot at a 14 here, it does him no good. All it does is open the potential that he shoots a 5 and slips down to 4th below Dan McCarthy.
Came in here in 5th place. He's finished 3rd here last year. Trying to shoot his way up to contest for 2nd place.
Solid. Upper 12. He called upper 12.
Okay.
Very solid.
He wants the upper 12.
Nice, putting some
That's
pressure on
that's
him.
a really good shoot off for Braden Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Man, 50% bonus ring rate, and he went +8. on 6 targets.
Amazing.
It's a really good shoot off for Braden Jones. Congrats to him.
If he shoots a 10, he'll come in third by virtue of bonus rings to Braden Jones. If he shoots a 12, he'll move into second place.
So Hacker needs a 12, but right here,
You don't want that cone
his
out
play
there.
is to shoot. Yeah, let's see what he's got. Yeah, he's got to shoot at a 12.
All right.
And he's called upper.
Yep. Yeah, if he shot at a 14, he could, in theory, put some more pressure on Levi, but not much. But really open the door for himself to drop down to even 4th place. So
A 10 ties him in points with Jones, but Jones has the bonus ring advantage.
he shot at a 14.
Okay.
Wow.
12 or 14.
I think it's just wide, but man, it's close.
He locks up second place and
What a
puts the
distance,
pressure
though,
on
he
Levi.
judged. I mean, that was right on.
I think he's got it.
Oh,
Yeah, he's got
he
it.
got it.
Yep. Okay.
Oh.
So that puts him at 492, and now Levi needs a 10 to win.
There's a 14 for Chris
Hacker. Gutsy move for the CBE
Yeah.
14.
All right. Sorry, Braden. He just
He knew he needed a 12. I think his idea here is that the 14 ring is actually bigger than the 12 ring on this target.
That's a
That's
good point.
probably his strategy there.
I'm not going to tell you what to do. You
Had he
don't
shot a 5, he would have moved down to 4th place. He would have lost a lot of money.
Gutsy.
Yeah.
That's the risk reward, and that's the greatest thing about the CBE 14
Yep.
that we have here in ASA. All right, here's Levi Morgan.
Felt good about the number and went for it. So now he's even gave himself a little bit of a chance at first.
10 for the win, center mass, and this crowd's going to go nuts.
Yeah.
Easy peasy,
Easy
lemon
as can
squeezy.
He needs a 10.
From 3rd to 1st, Levi Morgan
Leads at 493. He's your champion.
went on a
Second
run
place
of
goes
bonus
to
rings in the
Hacker.
middle, 14,
Third
14,
place,
12 on
Braden
arrow
Jones.
2,
Fourth
3,
place,
4.
Dan
Just
McCarthy and Chance Bobath
went
rounds
for
out
it,
the field.
gunned for it,
Congratulations,
made it
guys.
happen.
Great shoot-down.
And now another big W for Levi Morgan. And he gets, what is that? An
So we got
alligator
an
trophy?
alligator, yep.
That's cool. Okay. I wouldn't hang that on the wall at eye length. I'd probably put it a little taller than that, but
Or around a kid's room at night, they walk out,
Yeah,
go to
woo.
the bathroom.
That's crazy. Well, Levi Morgan, you came from 3rd, and you did it on the back of a string of 14, 14, 12 in the middle, bonus rings. How you feeling right now, man?
Just super thankful, man. I was just out there thinking a second ago how blessed I am just to play this game. And outside of this game, so blessed. Beautiful wife, beautiful family, my kids, just my faith. And I just started thinking this is just a game, and I'm so blessed to come out here with the best in the world and even get to compete. And some days it goes your way, some days it doesn't. Today it went mine, but again, just thankful to be here competing.
No question, you got the secret ingredient, the secret sauce to happiness, that gratefulness, 100%. But Levi, what were you thinking on that last arrow?
I couldn't see anything. That's what I was thinking. But I could see the core line, and all day Jacob Marlowe just kept saying center core in our group. So I just kind of let that ring true and just buckmaster it and put it in the middle. So luckily I judged it right.
Dude, outstanding. Another huge win for you. Congratulations. Coming from 3rd place to the W, and you walk away champion. Well done.
Hey, thanks, Greg.
All right. So there you go. We're all done. Open Pro category. Levi Morgan does it again for the fans. And Steve Anderson said it the best. That's why he's the best to ever do it. The 2024 Delta McKenzie ASA Pro-Am Tour gives us another outstanding round of shooting. The Easton Hoyt Pro-Am is over. Camp Minden, Louisiana. Great hosts. They put on an outstanding event. Amateurs still get to shoot tomorrow. But from the pro perspective, we're done. Pro Pressure Point Shootdown. All complete. Bossier City Civic Center from Bossier City, Louisiana. For the entire Competition Archery Media crew, Steve Anderson, I'm Greg White. Thanks for joining our coverage. We can't wait to see you next time from Metropolis.